Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Knoll, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And I greet you this Sunday morning at 12:15 a.m. And for those who do, I'm ready to smoke a peace pipe here and offer a prayer up. And so my prayer always is, I'm always sending a prayer for peace and hoping that more peace will exist between people and nations and the world and all that good stuff. And I do mean that, and not to just like lump it up, but generally, when I think of and I'm sitting and smoking my peace pipe, it's exactly that. I'm praying for peace. Hey, XW, I think I got that right. Jody, how are you? From Rock Falls, made videos exposing. Hey, Miss Pearl, how are you this fine Sunday morning? Actually, it's probably still Saturday night where you're at. We got rain in the area at the moment, and thank goodness we haven't had any uh, violent stuff. Just wait, wait for me to come on. Come on now, you flatter me, but seriously, yeah. Um, I've been under the weather a little bit the last few days. I was kind of sort of expecting myself to do another video and a card reading for everybody, but I just haven't had the energy. And with this rain that we're having right now, I've had to rearrange my schedule. Plus, my truck is more broke than it was before. Uh, I mean, and what seemed to be the most important thing to do the last couple of days before the rain set in was for me to cut the trees up, the ones that I cut down, so that I would have some firewood for this next week or so because it's going to be chilly down here. Not as cold as it is up there where some of you folks are. Hey, Isby, how are you? I don't know what it is. I talked to my daughter uh, first time in a while, and they're down with the COVID. And now I'm not speaking bad about my daughter, and if she listens to this, I love you, Jackie. But here's my interesting thing: she's had her shot or shots, and it's like, well, but there are a lot of people who've had their shots who have still come down with the flu. Okay, so and this idea that somehow all of this is going to, it's interesting that those people who have the flu now after having the shot are saying, well, I don't have a shot from uh, the last booster. Okay, they're convinced that it's the shot will keep them from having it, and the answer's no. So it's, there's too much information out there that other people have had shots, have had two shots, and have even had the booster who still get the flu. Now, I've been allergic to flu shots for years, and I've talked about this. So my simple point about this is there is a lot of false confidence out there because they had the shot, but they still get sick. And so it's like, well, I didn't get as sick and I didn't have to go to the hospital, but you had a flu shot that was supposed to protect you and it didn't. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that. Folks are going to do what they're going to do, but because of my um, bad reactions to flu shots myself, I have not had one and will not have one. But this last few days, I almost feel like I've had the flu. Just saying. So I'm going to wrap that up. So, but in a way, it ties in with the subject material for this morning. And the subject material for this morning is dreams. Now, we can discuss, there are all different types of dreams. You didn't have it? Whatever it is I got is dang sure sinus, you know? And something else I'd like to point out, Pearl, and to all of y'all, but watching the clear blue skies the last couple of days in between the showers and what cloudiness, but they've been spraying again, okay? And intermittently, and it's not, but they've been spraying again. And after I looked up the other day and saw this blue sky that's been sprayed, I was like, I thought that mess was over. We've been told on different levels that no more spraying, right? So what is that? So in watching it 2 or 3 days ago, my sinus infection, like yesterday and today, has just been nuts. Well, it's raining, so can wash out some of the um, clean out the atmosphere, right? So, but today has been like my worst day ever in a long time with sinus. And I take a half a Benadryl every 6 hours because I have sinus issues. Hey, Susie Q, um, caught the flu from the doctor. Yeah. Oh, yeah, me too. Isby, I started out, but it's a couple minutes later. But hey, Susie Q, how are you? Much love to you too. My peace pipe, I send love to the universe and peace to the universe. But so my um, this topic about dreams, I'm going to cover different levels of it, and I'm going to try to stick, to one topic for a little while. I'm boiling vanilla extract and water. Oh, cool beans. I bet you it smells good, don't it? So the idea that we as children have dreams, and I'm going to start there because there are other people that I know as children had dreams, and they became those dreams. You know what I mean? Their life is they fulfilled it in some way. For me, as I talked about before, I knew when they asked me when I was 4 and 5 years old, what are you going to be when you grow up, Dave? And I said, I'm going to be a hermit, live on a river in the woods, right? And here I am. My grandmother reminded me of this before she passed away. And I've talked about this before, but here's my point. There are dreams we have as children that we may not understand. Well, I'm going to be a nurse, or I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to work with airplanes. I loved airplanes as a kid, put together all kinds of model airplanes growing up. Whenever I'd get a little money ahead, I'd go buy one of the model airplanes and glue that sucker together. I did not know at the time that I was actually huffing glue and seeing pink elephants from the airplane glue. But that's another story. Um, but and I ended up working, guess what, at Mall Aircraft in Moultrie building airplanes. I never learned how to fly one, which was sort of the next thing about my that particular dream. But I worked at an airplane factory building airplanes, like real life size, sure enough airplanes, right? And so this idea, so two of my childhood dreams have come true in that live on a river, hermit thing. Okay, that's that part of it. But my dream as a young boy and preteen, maybe a teenager, I still like model airplanes and stuff like that, but I haven't put one together in a long time. But it's the idea of the skill of it. And something just came out of the tree. It's okay. It's all right. I think it was a big tree limb. There, that was a loud thump there now. We've got some um, wind coming through at the moment. Hi, Chloe. Did I say hi? Susie, Jody, Pearl, Idby. Okay. And welcome y'all this Sunday morning. So dreams. Now, and so in our childhoods or young adults, we have dreams of whatever. One of the things I dreamed of way back when was that I love nature, I love rivers and water, and so I have my kayaks and my canoe, which is still too damn heavy, but um, and my truck is like broke down, so I can't get to the river. Damn it! But hopefully in the next few days I'll be. Yeah, I wanted to fly, and when ultralights come out, I had friends of mine who had a couple of ultralights, and I just knew I was headed that direction, and it didn't work out. So there are parts of the dream, like flying myself. Now I've been up in private planes. I was taken up several times in the mall aircraft and other small airplanes. So um, I love it. Haven't done it in a long time, but for me to do it personally, so that part of the dream didn't come true. Okay. So that's my point. Parts of dreams might come true. And then, like, I didn't know that I was going to get epilepsy, which was going to knock me out of the ballpark for getting a pilot's license. Right. So it's like, well, screw it. And then the things about the ultralights and other things that just got severed up into tiny little pieces. So but the dream of building airplanes and being around airplanes, that part of the dream did come true. You see, so but was a time when I was seriously pursuing my pilot's license, right? There was a person through Mall Aircraft that did flying lessons and stuff and things, and I could get it he would give me a break on it. It wouldn't cost quite as much, but it was still going to be expensive. You have to have so many hours and all that kind of stuff. So I was all signed up, was saving up money for my first few classes, and then stuff happened called life, and I had to spend the money. I had to do other things, and and I never got to learn how to fly. But I worked for several years in several different parts of the factory. The wings, tail wheels. I built tail wheels for several years. Built doors and the inside and panels and stuff, different parts of the aircraft. And at the end, I couldn't stand the paint, but they even had me in the back putting lacquer on their. They use like a sort of like a fiberglass. There's a name for it, but then they spray a lacquer type thing with several layers, and then they paint it several times. But it's basically fabric, but it's really strong and helps make the airplane light and all that kind of good stuff. But anyway, but I could not stand the glue. I couldn't stand the smell, and I would literally pass out. So I didn't work at the airplane factory anymore. But that part of my childhood dream came true. So, but later on, I created other dreams. like, I bought this place, and I was telling my daughter earlier tonight, I said, believe it or not, this year will be 40 years that I have owned this property. I think it's in a couple of months. I don't know, I can't remember the month, but anyway, it was in 82. So it'll be 40 years that I've been on this property. And like, that's kind of hard for me to conceive in one way or another, but, and watching trees grow in the forest and all the experiences, right? But the idea though that, so my dream of having property and a river and woods, and now here I am older in life and I've become the hermit. Um, Not necessarily on purpose. It just kind of worked out that way. But now that I've truly accepted it, it's like I'm good with it, right? Maybe not your conventional hermit because I do live streams and I still like to go out in public when I can, but I'm older and more modest about it. So, but anyway, so for me, it's that step, the true hermit. I haven't seen anybody in days. Nobody's been here. Folks are busy with stuff, and I've talked to people on the phone and stuff, but you know, um, but I haven't actually seen another person. It's just been me and Duggar, which is fine, and the cats, of course, can't leave them out. But the idea of being around people or whatever, I'm around nature all the time. I'm around the dog and the cats and the birds and whatever. So my life is much different than than other folks who just go to work every day. They come in contact with people, and so I don't have that because of circumstances. But I don't have that. So, but in that though, for the shaman part of my journey is that dealing with being quote alone, being by myself all the time, would drive some other people nuts. It doesn't me. I'm already nuts. So didn't have far to go. Thank you, Jody. I was going to make issue with that. And for folks about the cause and Dante, um, it's up to the individual as to whether you not you believe him. Other folks who try to disclaim him, I'm sorry, but he's done videos disclaiming their claims. So he made one recently, like in the last several days, Thursday or Friday kind of thing, just this last week, showing that there are people out there trying to, discredit him and this, that, and the other thing. And he's like, look, here, let me show you some documents. So, but people as Dante has said, you're either going to get it or you ain't, you know. And for me, I got it almost immediately, almost 10 years ago. It's been quite a while now. Been 2013 or so. So, 8 or 9 years at least that I have, been watching and listening to Dante through different um, reiterations of YouTube channels and so forth. But anyway, I even drew a pic of it. Oh, okay, I got you. But anyway, so the Dante thing, there are still people asking because they still want to know about Dante. And I don't have any inside information, but the information that I have had has been proven in different areas, and Dante's one of them. So I consider his information to be valid from my point of view. Other people have their own, it's okay. But now back to the future dreams. Well, I'm sitting here now and I'm dreaming of future events here in the next couple of days. I cut firewood today and stacked it and covered it up because we've got rain right now. So last night and the day before, my future dream was I need to work on the truck, but which is more important? If I don't cut the firewood up and stack it and cover it, it's going to be wet. It's going to be cold in a few days. I'm almost out of good firewood. And so work on the truck, which I don't really have anywhere to go. I'm pretty much stocked up. So um, I could use some milk and I could use something else, but I got it covered. I could call out to my neighbors or somebody, but it's not that important. Um, and but keeping warm in a few days by finishing up the firewood and stacking it and covering it, yeah, I'm gonna be loving it in a day or so when I've got firewood, right? So my future plans of the other day was to finish working on my truck. Um, Sorry, rain's coming in, so I have to adapt my future uh, plans because of the rain coming in and the circumstances of how the wood was and where it was and all that kind of stuff. So, circumstances dictated that I alter my future events. Okay. I'm still going to work on the truck, but I'm glad I cut the wood because it's a soaker out there right now. And, um, and the wood's covered up with a tarp. It's good. And I got a really nice stack of it too from the trees that I cut down. So that's all good, right? So future events, our dreams. I was dreaming of getting my truck ready. Had to put that dream off a couple of days. Now, for other things, there are life dreams that people come up with, and they try their best to pursue them. And like for me, I've reached, Amber, how are you? Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while, or are you just checking in? But it's good to see you nonetheless. So there are people who have made these life plans and they just get it in their head that this is what they're going to do. But somehow, uh, there are a lot of different people I've known over the years who've had these big, and I'm going to call them pipe dreams, because I look at them and go, you really want this, but you ain't really got a clue as to how about going about doing it or getting it. But they're insistent they're going to do it. Well, I'm going to get this, and I'm going to be you know, some old redneck down here going, I'm going to be governor someday when he ain't got a clue. But I'm going to be the governor. I'm going to be the son. That's stretching it, but that's a simple, grandiose dream, right? So our dreams. All right. So first up, we should honestly look at our situation and go, now, I did not expect to get epilepsy, okay, which knocked me out of the park for getting a pilot's license. But there were lots of opportunities that I had, especially during the time around it, that I got a chance to fly with the test pilots and so forth, So I got to fly when other people didn't, and like doing tests and nose dives and things like that. Well, thank you, Amber. You can sit in the background. It's okay, but we really, all of us appreciate, not just me, but we all appreciate when you come in and just say hi, because I know there are folks that lurk in the background, and that's absolutely wonderful. I'm a late night, radio show on YouTube, and this is the topic for tonight. And if you just, if it puts you to sleep like Barry, who's not in the house at the moment to defend himself, but it's our running joke. But there are lots of other folks who fall asleep during this program that sometimes will last 7 or 8 hours. Can you believe I did 8 hours between two shows one time? Anyway, that's silliness. But but here's the thing. Speaking of future dreams, so when I was a teenager, I wanted to become a DJ. Well, I did become a DJ. All right. I worked at several radio stations down here in South Georgia. I wanted to do television. I used to do local cable access. I recorded local football games. I was the commentator that for the football games. And over the course of 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 years, I worked with a friend of mine that I worked my first time. We worked at the same radio station. Then, when he got into cable access, I worked with him way back. And as far as I know, if Jerry's still alive, he's still running the cable access over in Camilla, Georgia, and it includes Pelham and local programming, right? So I did a lot of videotaping, a lot of this and that, and got a chance to do play by play for local football games. So I got that. So my life of like wanting to be an announcer, it was local, but there were thousands of people who knew me by my voice. And when I was at the football games, they'd wave at me, and so I had my own local notoriety, also as a puppeteer and a storyteller. So there was this. As a youngster, I had these visions of grandeur, and I knew it. It was like, well, I'm going to go to New York City and become a big actor and a star and all that. And I was just happy to work locally with the local theater group, and was able to write several plays and actually perform them and have good results and all that good stuff. So I achieved that part too, but not in New York City. I did it in Thomasville and in Moultrie and a little bit in Cairo, Georgia. So, and I've traveled around as a puppeteer, so that part of my grandeur, but I realized it wasn't something that was so much grandeur, is that I just love to do it, right? So with radio, my future dream was that I was back in the day, I used to sit up late at night and listen to WLS out of Chicago in Tampa, okay? Because AM signals will bounce off the atmosphere. And I was listening as a Boy Scout, right? Camped out at this jamboree, had built this little crystal radio, was using the metal tent stake as my grounding rod, and had run the little antenna up and was listening with the little earpiece. Bought it at Radio Shack. If Radio Shack is still, they probably still sell these little things. So, but I thought, man, that's what I want to do when I get old, right? I want to be a late night DJ, have my own show, talk about stuff, call in, that kind of thing, right? I just filled my ash because you was giggling. Well, giggle some more. Hey, sleep on it off. Did I miss something? Did y'all smoking one without me? That's just not fair. let me let me stir this up. I probably have to do a reload. I didn't really get. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a reload. But so anyway, so with dreams, so there are some people that I've met that come up with these dreams, and if for me, and I've had people in Moultrie, rich people, I'm talking millionaires, who knew people in New York. And they literally were going to set me up with an audition and pay me to go to New York because they thought I had enough talent to blow the doors off of them folks up in New York, especially on off Broadway. So I was like, I'm sorry, I'm content here. I I am a star. All you folks who come and sit in our little studio theater and watch our plays and laugh and will come back. I can I was able to do different characters, and you still come back and watch. I mean, no, why would I want to go to New York? Because the pleasure of performing for people and to get them to laugh or cry, whatever the situation, to get them to think or maybe forget, like life has been so hectic. They need a crazy comedy to just, so they can, pee their pants kind of thing. And so I was actually in a premiere show of the Vikings. It was a really big deal. So in a way, all of the things that as a child I wanted to be on stage and do puppets and perform, not necessarily to be a star or be a be worth millions of dollars because I ain't that, but the experience of it. And I've had that. So my future dreams have I've gotten them, just maybe not the way I viewed them as a child or a young adult or even 20s or 30s. Life changes. Thank you, Amber. And it's been a really interesting ride. And so for other people, I say, listen, you've got these dreams. Well, I want to be a big actor and I want to do this. Okay, maybe you should start somewhere lower at something you can actually achieve versus to go for broke. I'm going to be, they going to put me in the movies. They going to make a big star out of me. Gonna make a film about a man that's sad and lonely, and all you gotta do is act naturally. Well, I bet you I'm gonna be a big star. Might win an Oscar, you can never tell. The movie's gonna make me a big star, 'cause I can play the part so well. Well, I hope you come and see me in the movies, 'cause then I'll know that you will plainly see the biggest fool that ever hit the big time. And all I got to do is act naturally. Ringo Starr. I'd love it. But anyway, make your neighbors laugh first, then continue. Well, there are some of these folks that I have met, and I've met some people who literally are working in Hollywood, okay, or Vegas at least, that I was on stage with in Thomasville. They went off. That was their big dream, and they went to college. And the one lady I'm thinking of, that she is a lady, but she was just a teenager back when we did shows. And her father is if he's still alive, he was an emergency room doctor in Thomasville. A wonderful man, great sense of humor, and even though he had a lot of money, he was still nice to us poor people. And in theater and whatever, he was not snobbish in that way. And his daughter went off, and she actually in the animated series that came out several years ago about Scrooge, she was one of the voice actresses in that. And she's done some other small parts and things. But anyway, and for the life of me, I wish I could remember her name. But she hasn't become a big star, but she is working in Hollywood and has been in films. Even though it was her voice as a voice actor, still, that's a pretty big deal, right? And they did her likeness as one of the characters sitting at this table or something anyway. But to the point though, so there are those folks who actually make it, but her father had money so that she could go to school and could go to Hollywood and do these things. So she had access to those things where there are other people who they ain't got a job, they ain't got much talent, and but they have a dream. So is the dream a bad one? Maybe it's not the dream that's bad, but it's how you go about it. So when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right? Okay. But what if you don't have any sugar? It's going to be sour, right? So, got to have a little something in there to bust that um, up. But so, anyway, hone whatever talent you have, whatever that talent may be. And I've told many folks over the years, don't limit your talents. And those young folks that I have worked with the puppets over the years, and I really miss that hands-on showing them and teaching them and that kind of thing. I'm still that's a future dream of mine, but I'm wondering how much of a reality that might actually get because of my age and conditions and life, right? But I haven't given up on it because I've done it in the past and I'd like to do it in the future. So I haven't given up. but it's less likely at this moment. So I have to alter my future dreams. So there are folks, though, that don't want to alter it or look for an alternative, like instead of going to New York City, maybe do local community theater. And I've worked with a lot of people who never thought that they would be any good or very good at all as an actor. And I put them on stage for the first time, and they were absolutely great because I could see the talent within them. Now, that might seem a little boasty, but that's the truth. And I've had folks come back to me. The one beautiful redhead young lady that played in Scrooge, she was so timid. And the first year, and her mother was very protective and they'd never done theater. And God bless her, she hung it out. She did a great job. Came back the second year, was much more confident. And a year or so ago, I was on Facebook, which I don't get on very much. And her girlfriend got on and said, Mr. Dave, I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I've done this and I'm in band and I'm doing that. And she was so introverted. And now she's this extroverted. She is a beautiful young woman, let me tell you. Uh, but but to the point though, all I did, I saw that she had a talent. How I saw it, my feeling, a lot of other people, and I'm not trying to boast. I'm trying to say that if you look for something, so a lot of times it's hidden within people. They don't even know they have it. So I got 5 people in my head at the moment that I gave them their first opportunity to be on stage and they went on to being in other shows down in Tallahassee. My good buddy Rich, who I haven't talked to in a long time, God bless him. When I was having trouble a couple of years ago, losing my house, they were going to sell the property for taxes, and I was not doing well. My brain had been smashed. I was not doing well. Didn't have any help, and the help I was getting was actually worse than if they hadn't helped me at all. But he called me up one day and said, Dave, my mother passed away. She left some money. And I just want to tell you, she was so proud that you gave me my first chance in theater. And he worked at Monticello Opera House. He worked with the Tallahassee Little Theater, and he worked in Thomasville as well in theater. And he said, I just want to tell you, my mother would want me to help you in this situation. And I said, well, Rich, I don't. And he goes, look, I've already called it in. Your taxes are already paid. I want to thank you. My mother's passed away. And he said, but I know she would want me to do this for you. And I just busted out in tears. I mean, it still made me cry after a few years of remembering how kind people have been, but they base their kindness on, I guess, my kindness to them, or so it's like I never expected people to treat me the way they have, but I'm blessed and grateful. So in future events, what we think is going to happen, or there are folks who go, "Oh my God, my future sucks. I'm this," because at the time my future sucked. I was going to lose the property. The sheriff had been out here and pinned a notice on my door, and I can't remove it, for being thrown in jail and blah 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 blah. Right? And so out of nowhere, now I posted it on Facebook. I was like, this is what I get for being a tax-paying customer of Colquitt County all my life, and I'm having troubles right now, and now they want to sell my property, and so I posted it on Facebook, and that's when people came up and out of the woodwork and to donate money to help me pay my taxes, and I was like, I posted it not to get money from anybody, but to say I'm pissed. It was like, look what these sons of bitches have done. You get in a little bit of trouble, and Colquitt County is one of the worst. as far as if you don't pay up in like 90 days, they want their money. You don't get 6 months or so to pay your back taxes. Nope, sorry, you're going to pay it right now, or they're going to put litigation on you. So that's the bad news about Colquitt County. But over the years, I've learned, like I talked about in previous videos, that this year I was able to save money every month, and I went down and paid my taxes in cash. So I've gotten better, and I still don't make any more money, but as far as handling my money and situations and learning how to get by on much less, I'm able to pay my taxes every year. Since then, I learned my lesson. I was like, this will never happen again. I was so grateful, and at the same time, I was so embarrassed that I had to depend. It ended up that I had to depend on others to get me out of a jam, and that's not was not my intention. So, future dreams. My dreams of future events then was that, oh crap, I'm going to lose my property. Oh, holy crap, now what do I do? I can't make any more money. I was had been uh, had another head bang, medicine issue. Things had really turned to crap, and nobody really helped me out of the situation. And by being nuts in the head myself, I was not in control of certain things. This went there and that went there, and the next thing I knew, I was broke. So I'm not on any other medications or anything. So I've come a long way, baby, in that respect. Because I was close to death then, but now I've got to control the situation. So I altered my future events, and that event, that lesson, taught me no matter what, I need to put money back every single month. Barry's in the background. Oh, I didn't see you come in. Hey, Amber. We love you, Barry. I hope you're doing all right. So with the future events, so uh, a lot of us on this planet are planning our future for this year to be better than last, somehow, some way, right? But a lot of us aren't really sure how that's going to work out, right? Which is okay, because our intention for the future is to do better at it. So, in talking with my daughter today, I was explaining, I said, you're bot hunting. Get out your gun, brother, your big old shotgun there. Get out your air pistol. Anyway, good to see you, Barry. But the idea, though, that, so people planning for their future, you got to take into consideration, are you sure that's, they get right down to the nitty gritty with the future. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with that. But then when they hit a snag, they have issues with making alterations, well, I can't do it like this right now. So I'm going to go down this side street. Well, but I really want this, and it's going to be like this because that's what they dream of. But dreaming versus reality. So I dreamed of being on stage. I dreamed of writing plays, but I didn't realize that it would happen locally and when it happened later on in life, when certain events. So my dream I kept alive, but it was just for a long time. So when you think you want it to happen, it may not be the time in the universe for it to happen for you. So future dreams, well, it's going to be like this. Well, what if it doesn't work out? And people get frustrated. There are some people that will just literally like put a gun to their head and say, that's it. If I can't have my dreams, there's nothing else. When maybe there is. Maybe your dream needs to go around it in a different way, but you will still receive a satisfaction that, well, I did accomplish something. So I'm doing my thing at 45 minutes into the show. It's 1 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's Sunday morning for those of us over here. And so, good Sunday morning to all of you. Blessings um, and goodwill and peace to all y'all and that kind of thing. So, being able to adjust, alter, and there's another word that is escaping my brain at the moment. Um, anyway, and there is there has to be an honest conversation with yourself. Is this really a pipe dream, or can I accomplish this? So I want to be an actor. I want to be on stage. I want to be in lights. Okay, but is going to Hollywood or New York or something like that like the answer? Or is there a way that you can get your feet wet, get the experience of it, fulfill at least part of your dream without losing altogether? Well, I tried to go to New York and it didn't work out. Okay, fine. See, but it doesn't mean that you aren't talented, weren't talented, whatever. But maybe you approached your dream at the wrong angle. There's also been things in my life that when I wanted them, that was like, nah. But later on, those dreams, now I seriously doubt I'm ever going to get to pilot an airplane, but there are other things closer to the ground or on the ground that it's like I can still do this, right? I can still float and paddle, and that's always been I've always. It's not necessarily a dream per se, but it is a spirit journey. So the dream of being a hermit, that's a spiritual shaman thing, a choice I knew as a child that somehow I was going to make. And, I had the property, had the river, had the hermit thing going on, but I fought tooth and nail about the shaman part. No, didn't want to accept it. No, not, no, no, good Sunday, somewhat rising. Manipulate. Yep. Um, so there are folks that I know who have been put into situations later on in life to where they're more alone than they've ever been. And because of the COVID thing, they're more isolated because of circumstances. So none of us, as far as our future, what we thought our future was going to be or be like, a couple of years ago with mask and this and that and all this craziness, right? And fear and hatred in a lot of ways. And for those folks who partook in getting the jab, like my daughter who has COVID, uh, I don't know how long between getting it now, but she's down with the flu and everybody in the house there. But she's had her shots. So it's like, what? So everybody's saying, well, Dave, you should get one. Well, why? Those people who got the shots are now getting the flu anyway. Well, it's a different variant. So, but my point is, so what good was the shot to you, right? So their future dreams, though, my point is, with everybody who got it, their future dream was, I'm going to get this for protection and I won't get sick and die. That's right. So what future events is actually, they're sick with the flu anyway. Well, they're not in the hospital and dying, but they're sick anyway. Now, to me, I'm like, but all the millions of people who went ahead because their future dreams was to stay healthy, not get sick, and not promote it. You follow me? Circumstances are that, whoops, guess what? Hmm, guess what? You know, uh, guess what, right? So now those are future events that with those folks who got the jab. It's okay if you did or didn't. I'm it's my point about the whole thing with it is that it's an individual choice and none of us should be forced into it. So civil rights, personal space. Now, with that said, though, those folks who got onto us for not getting it, that they did, and now they've got the flu. I just want to go, so what's your point? What was your point? I'm sorry, but you know, now, but their future is my point in that circumstances and life has altered them not getting sick. Well, I'm going to get this and I won't get sick. And then boom, they took the jab out of fear and hope for the future. Don't get me wrong. And then future events proved that they got sick anyway. Now, ain't that just a conundrum? So now that's a current event that's happening now. So if I were the person, now my daughter was like, I should get the booster if you want to, I'm just, but if you've already got it, the flu, then why go for the booster? It ain't going to do you no good. I mean, so it's the mentality of people in that, well, the reason I got sick is because I didn't get the booster. Well, if you got the flu now, then a booster ain't going to do you no good because you've already got that variant, if that's what you have. So don't go get jabbed again because you've already got it. So if your body's building up immunity to it, then it won't matter. You're you're good, you know. But how many millions of people are going through this right now? Not just in the United States, but all over. And the argument about the this and the that over the last 2, 3 years about this, the mask and the COVID and all that, so, and that this is going to protect you. And wait a minute, well, it protected you 2 years ago, but it ain't going to protect you now. So now you're in a constant jab, jab, jab. All right, it's your choice. But future events have changed people's minds, is my point. So 2 years ago, we were looking at just going, we don't know where our future is going to be. So after the lessons of the last 2 years, there are people looking around going, well, this is insanity. There are people who've been jabbed twice, but are sick with the flu. Why should I take it? What's the point? Honestly. And that was sort of us in the background going, are you sure you want to do it? But anyway, so past events are having an effect on current and future events, is my point for bringing this up, because it's very relative right now to everybody in one way or another. So I can talk about my experiences and DJing and doing this stuff, but that's okay. That is my proof that dreams can come true. It just depends on if your only destination is Oz and you can't get to Oz, is anywhere along the way going to be copacetic? Can you settle for less and still have part of your dream? I mean, so are dreams just useless because we don't know what future events are going to be? Going back to a video I did about destiny. So for me, I knew I was destined to be a hermit. To me, I knew I was destined to be an outdoorsman, water, river, something was going to be in there. I knew as a young child, I was going to be destined at some point in my life. I didn't realize it was going to be when I was almost 50, that I would be a storyteller and a puppeteer and that kind of thing, right? So my dreams as a child waited for 40 years to even have the opportunity or the chance or whatever it was, right? And of course, I had to make it what it was. It didn't happen on its own, but whatever the inspiration was in 1992 that got me to, produce all these things and create all these puppets and all of the stuff that went along with it, which kept me very busy and occupied and in a positive way. And for having my brain scrambled and not being able to do all that I used to do, I'm not through yet. I ain't dead yet, right? So my future dream is that I'm going to resurrect it somehow. Now, future events might just scramble everything, and that might not come to pass. Uh, I've been working for the last 3 years on this damn front porch of mine. I think I can see the end, you know, but that's a future event. I didn't think it was going to take 3 years to do. But me personally, other events and just life got in the way. I haven't given up on it. I'm still working on it. It's getting a lot closer. I did a video that I haven't uploaded yet, but about the foundation and stuff, just to kind of show folks what I was doing. But um, and to kind of also for me, it's like a lot of the work that I did, nobody's ever going to see because it's all underground. It's all concrete. It's all this and that. It's all backfilled. Nobody's going to see it. So I was like, I want you to see this before I cover it in. I put a lot of work into this, but nobody's going to see it. It's all down here. But anyway, we're getting close to a 20, ain't we? Oh, it's 112. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. So almost with you. It's been 57 minutes. Keep dreaming, have a revised dream. Adaptation. I think that was my other word I was looking for was adaptation. But absolutely. So we have to adapt to whatever current times. It's like today. It's raining right now. So I was going to work on my truck. No, I had to adapt because cutting firewood and getting it under a tarp was much more important. So my dream of working on the truck and finally getting the sucker fixed, it's still there. But so we had to adapt. And there are those days in my past when I was saying, well, son of a bitch, it's raining. I can't work on my truck. And here I am another, oh, damn it, it's pouring out rain. I need my truck. And, and just bitch and moan and moan and bitch and moan and moan and bitch and moan some more. And it never got me anything but an upset stomach. It never fixed my problem. It never got me any further down the road. So now, after all these years, my truck ain't running, but I have learned to adapt because of, the last couple of years and circumstances and my own change of thought in like, well, I don't have to go to work every day. I don't have to be somewhere. Where before, when I was pissed off that I'd have to be out there in the rain with the tarp working on my truck because I'd have to go to work on Monday and that, my truck's broke. Well, I don't have that anymore. So I don't have that urgency, right? So depending on where you are, depending on the time you are, like younger, older, situational, or whatever, that whatever you have to adapt to for your future events is going to vary from individuals, right? So what might work for you ain't gonna work for nobody else, or maybe few other people, but because it's your life, it's your situation, maybe similar to other people. And like when they were going to sell my property for taxes, other people had been in similar situations. It hadn't happened to me. Well, actually, it had happened to me, but several years earlier. And then it happened again to me when I couldn't, barely talk, speak, or otherwise. So, um, what is most important for our dreams, if they are truly in however way you adapt them, like for me, theater local instead of New York City. Okay. All right. It may not be a good example, but for me, it's a great example personally because I had the fulfillment of being an actor. I've had the fulfillment of being a director. I've had the fulfillment of setting lights, doing special effects. When we did um, A Night of Edgar Allan Poe, we did 3 stories. And the special effects and the things that we worked on and did were so effective. And so got to do special effects with people like 15 feet away and pull it off. The same thing with Scrooge. They said it couldn't be done, and we did it 2 years in a row. And people in Tallahassee were like freaking out because our set changes took less than a minute for a complete set change. I think our longest one was like a minute and 15 seconds for a set change. Okay. Because I designed it that way ahead of time. So future events I was able to reproduce as far as how to do set changes and that kind of thing. How it worked out, I had to modify along the way. But my original idea of a carousel, big round 8-foot circle, and different, sort of like a pie shape, but it was in 3 sections. So you turned it a third of the way, turned it another third of the way, and turned it another third. So you had 3 set changes on one carousel, and all you had to do was turn it. Get out of the way and turn it to the next position. And it worked great. And we worked it in other shows that needed quick set changes. I did a show, Pearly Victorious, that as a dreamer, as a youngin, and with my sister, working with Sister Helene back in the 70s after graduating Tampa Catholic. We got 3 minutes, so I'm ready. But that we did Pearly Victorious again, and I got to play Cotton Kochapi as an old man, which was great. But I made this set, uh, and so that it pivoted from the middle. So there were 2 portions, and this one turned all the way around, and this one turned all the way around. So you could get the whole stage swapped simply by unlatching it from the back and turning the sets like this, so that a complete background was there, because we didn't have any way to fly a curtain or anything. And with limited backstage, it was hard for us to have other sets and bring them in. And so, but by being able to flip the set around, and use left side, right side of the stage with lighting and so forth, we were able to have 4 different sets with 2 basic backgrounds with simple modifications, like a chair or table. Hey, Super, how are you? Greetings to you this morning. It's 1:19, and as Isby would say, good and token. Yum, 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 yum. Mm. I don't know. I don't know what flavor this is. I've been so good with my smoking habits that every month I have a little left over, whatever flavor it is for that month. And so I have these little bitties hanging around, and I don't, this one ain't labeled. And I was just like, oh, let's do this little bitty. And ooh, yum, yum. That's all I got to say. Yum, yum. And hope yours tastes as good as mine. Woo! That went down the wrong hole. 25 degrees there. Whoa. It's going to be chilly in the morning, or the Monday night, Tuesday morning. It's going to be 30. But And it should be 25 here. It's been colder. Um, and I've been up on the hill, and the wild blueberries are blooming. They've already got buds on them. No, 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 no. It's January. No, 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 no. No. Anyway, so thinking about future events now for me personally, but this might be something in your life. Like uh my daughter was talking about she planned this and that, and which I think is good. I really do. But it was like there were stuff in there like it took it 3 months to get that high, is my thought. Didn't say anything, none of my business. But like, ooh, I got what? Just saying. But I'm glad folks are going out there on a limb, so to speak, and trying new things. And at least, like, if it ain't but just a little spot behind the house or beside the house or whatever, they're trying little gardens. My sister's done it around her trailer down there in Florida. And she had just this little garden spot that was like maybe 10 feet long by 3 feet wide. She was so proud of that little spot. I ain't gonna say a word. You know, I I got a quarter of an acre behind the house that I used to plant, and there got a 10 by by 3 foot, and that's like a farm to them. So, but here's my point. You've heard me talk about my grandma Raleigh. She had her little patches of flowers around her trailer down there in Zephyr Hills, and that was her the 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 planet was her garden because she had her garden around her trailer, and because she was part of the planet, that was so she see, look at this. Yeah, it's a little spot, but look at this plant. Yeah, and I would walk around the trailer every time I went to visit Granny's, and I thought about this just in retrospect, more of like, and oh well, the way it used to be with Grandma, and the way this and that. Nah, where a couple of years ago for me, that's what it would have been, right? But in looking and walking around my yard after 40 years of being here, I'm like, I planted this tree and I planted that one, and this came up. But I honestly haven't really, I somewhere along the line, I gave up. And I think it's when I had that really bad accident because every year I would try to buy at least 2 trees. And I've got a couple of fruit trees over there that are too much in the shade, and I need to fix that. But in walking around, I'm like, I've got two different kind of blueberries on my property. One, I have no idea how it got here. There's a huge nursery up at Tai Tai, which is east of Tifton by ways. Huge nursery, and they root and grow their stuff there. So if it'll grow at their nursery, it'll grow at my house. You understand? Versus buying something, some kind of raspberry bush or something that's only good really for up uh, north of us, right? Good night, Amber. It's good to see you. Be safe. So, but my point about the future events, I thought that I would have more fruit trees and other things planted here than I do. Okay. And back whenever I was like every year planting a couple of trees and this and that. But somewhere along the line, now I got bashed in the head and I've had issues. So, but I realized just, these last couple of months and after the spring, walking the property and noticing all the bushes, and I'm like, why haven't I invested any money like right here? Like, why don't I have a couple of blueberry bushes or of this tree or of that tree or this? My mulberry tree that came out last year, I've been cleaning out around it. I've been checking on it. I need to trim it a little better this year. But also, I'm getting ready for spring when it blooms, where I wasn't before because I didn't even know the damn thing existed because I left it get overgrown. So I'm looking at some spots that where I cut my oak trees down that have been shading and overtaking, and I should have cut them down before, but they're giving me firewood this year. So it hasn't been in vain. I apologize to the trees before I cut them down. But in their place, though, nice sunny spot, and it's like I need to order a couple of trees. And where I've cut these oak trees down that honestly needed to come down because of where they were, but in that place, a tree that's only 20 feet tall, a fruit tree of some sort, is a whole lot better than a 50-foot tall oak tree, and etc. Right? So I've cut the trees. I needed firewood. They were too big. They were in the wrong place. All that good stuff. But in my thinking, though, and my future thinking was if I had any trees or if I had any uh, blueberries or if I had it, where would I put them? Right. So my thought was I've already got these really nice places because there's another place where I've got to take down another oak tree because it's too close to the power line. They'll come by and cut it off anyway. Every other year they come and trim along the power lines, and every year or so they come and trim this tree. Well, if I cut it down and put a fruit tree there, it won't ever get tall enough to touch the power line, and it can still occupy the same space. And from the house, it'll be nice to see over there. So in future events, you see, um, good night, Amber. Sleep well, stay healthy, best you can. But in my future events, I somehow gave up on it. But here I am 40 years later looking around my property. There's a lot of good stuff that have grown up on its own. But if I had taken a better initiative, I would have blueberries blooming that are better types of blueberries because they have been raised from nurseries here in South Georgia. I could have boysenberry, I could have kiwi fruit, I could have a lot of these other things that would help uh, um, keep me healthy. And I could pass them out to other people too. But what can the land do? So I would ask this to folks, and even if you're renting, you can still use some of the land and grow yourself something, or put it in a pot and put it in a window. Okay, I've got these tomato plants growing outside that came up on their own. I still don't have a clue where the seeds came from, and I covered them the other night because it was cold. And then the cats got in and laid on top of the covering and broke some of my tomato plant off. But there's still a lot out there. So I'm going to have to cover it in a day or so, but with some plastic. Um, but here's the thing. So I've learned that, depending on where you are and what you're doing, you can plant something. And it's the growing of it that's important. It helps us to stay in touch with nature. It keeps us in a situation of growth because you're helping to promote the growth of a plant. So if everything in your garden dies, then what hope do you have? Well, everything died in my garden a couple of years ago, and I haven't planted anything out there because I was just so pissed off, you know. This year, I'm working my way back into the old garden, which is pretty big. It's a quarter acre easy. It might be closer to a half acre or more, but anyway. So, but for whatever the reason in my head was, I just don't want to screw with it. I've just had enough the bugs and the this and the that and the other thing. But there are other things that I could grow out there, like spread the garlic out more, spread the onions out more. I've got a lot of potatoes that are got eyes on them. And down here in South Georgia, the best time to plant taters is like around before Valentine's Day, right? Warm as it's been and everything. I want to get some of these taters that have eyes on them and are growing on their own in the bag, right? And take them out and put them in the garden. And even if it does freeze, they're I usually cover them over with some pine straw. They'll still make it, So I've already got potato sets. I just need to go out there and do a little clearing in the back. My front yard's been more important for the moment, but as spring comes around, future events, I need to future myself and go, there are things that I really need to try planting again this year. And I do need to clean up the garden in the back. And I need to follow through on what I had as future events 2 or 3 years ago that the project just got dropped. Now, part of it is my brain, part of it was circumstances here and people and stuff and and like when your truck don't work and you have to bum a ride and you have to do where you would be working on one thing, you have to work on something else. Now it's all been good. It's been frustrating at times, but here's the thing: adaptation and staying true to whatever the original heart of the dream was. That I can't work on the puppets right now. I don't have the room. I don't have But have I given up? No. Why? Because I'm working on the shed, and with a little luck, and I did more here today and yesterday. That guess what? So things that I'm working on, the a place to put and bring my puppet stuff out of that trailer in storage and actually be able to work them is closer to a reality than it was a couple of months ago. So it ain't over yet, right? That's my point. So my future events are still working on this out here. I am making progress. I have made a lot of progress in a lot of areas. So, and I've got a floor to go in it, and I've got the materials to put the walls up and to put the windows in. So, as I'm doing my future events that I thought was going to be done 2 years ago, it's been a little slow, but the events are still coming together. So, you don't give up on a dream simply because you can't have it right now. And there are those folks who are very impatient because this is a right now, uh, this is a right now kind of world. Instant access, instant this, fast food, blah, 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 have it delivered to your door. Okay. I just want to say it sounds like laziness to me, but we'll leave it at that. Now, for me, I can't get anywhere, but there ain't nobody dashing out here to my door. It's a little too far out. Um, but I'll tell you, if I wanted a pizza bad enough, I'd pay $50 for somebody to go get it for me and bring it to me. But anyway, uh, you'd pay $50. I'd give some if I wanted a pizza bad enough. That's not counting the cost of the pizza. I'm talking. I would give somebody. I got $50 if you go pick me up a pizza. I'll pay you for the pizza and I'll give you $50. So what? Yeah, I have wasted $50, you know, up my nose that only lasted a couple of hours. Where if I bought a large pizza, the kind I like, it would last me 2 days and meals, right? And it would be delicious, and I'd be happy, and it'd be worth $50. So anyway, now future dreams. Now I'm gonna alter the dream scenario slightly from like dreams as a kid or a teenager or things that we aspire as we're growing up. Because I did theater in high school and I just loved it. I was part of the, um, it was called the NFL, the National Forensic League. And it had to do with the humorous interpretation, debate teams, uh, dramatic interpretations, extemporaneous speaking, which I've won several awards for extemporaneous speaking. I won two gold medals, one for local and one for the state of Georgia, for extemporaneous speaking in 1989. And yeah, I'm proud of that. Went to the nationals and placed seventh, and got seventh place by literally decimal points. But that's okay. Great experience. Um, when I went into it, did I think that I was going to win locally? Did I think I was going to win state? No, but I did. Like, what? I won the state competition? What? And then I went to nationals, which was very surprising. So, but having done it in high school, it was something that I loved, enjoyed, and did it for the experience and because I liked it. And I won a lot of awards in that because I was just naturally good at some of this shit, right? Sorry, how many hours do I talk and never miss a beat sometimes, right? Can I speak extemporaneously? You betcha. Now, I'm not bragging, it's just damn fact. you know, I'm sorry. Not trying to toot my own horn. It just, this is how I got here, right? But the experience and teaching other people extemporaneous speaking, what it means, or humorous extemporaneous, taking a portion of a play and interpreting it in a humorous way. How much can you make people laugh, right? So your future dreams. So what do you do? So my future dreams in high school of doing that, I never thought that when I went back to school in the 80s, the late 80s, that I would go back to being involved in extemporaneous or public speaking events through the VICA, and how I would be involved in that and what it would do, change me, my attitude, a lot of other things. And at the time, I needed a little bit of confidence build because I'd had another operation on my neck. I was going to school to learn how to do 3D CAD operations when computers were still slower than snot. You know, a flip phone has more memory in it that at upgrades that the my first computer that cost damn near $2,000, and the huge monitor that came with it that weighed 100 pounds, the big old CRTs. But anyway, Alex, I was talking about you earlier. Oh, good night, Amber. I thought you was telling me good night. I was like, what? Didn't you just get here? But anyway, so for us in our future events, but now my flipping the switch in this is that there have been, now I'm going to kind of go to the shaman side of this. Now, everybody has, is that part of your journey, right? And so I talk about this, the shaman basics, because if somehow you feel chosen in whatever way, now I know Isby can relate to this, but that you're pulled in some way to, like later in life, to this shaman side of things. I had not planned it, although it had been foretold to me by Mother Mary when I was 11. And there have been subsequent dreams, visitations, and other things in my life that I realized. I think I even discussed it in a video, in that I said, I realized that those things that were shown to me years ago have now come to pass. And I told that to my daughter tonight. So this discussion about future and etc. So I'm looking back on that, those dreams, those visions. Now this is out of the childhood stuff. This is spiritual, or however it comes to folks, right? Now I've realized, as I've talked about, that I realized as much as I went kicking and screaming into life, that I did not want to do this. That when I accepted it, it got a whole lot easier. Just life in general, because I accepted it. And that, so if, and it was discussed before. I just had an interruption. For I, for those of you who have Netflix, I don't normally recommend shows. But this is the Shaman Wars, I think is what it is. And it's an anime, not, it's a cartoon, but it ain't. It's a grown-up cartoon. And um I think I just finished the series, but here's the thing. They talk about shamanism in various um, types, beliefs. The shamans from the north, the shamans from the south, this shaman over here, and what certain, and then what the people who call themselves shamans like want to learn, natural, supernatural powers. And it's like, I that's one thing as my spiritual journey has been. Mary Wins, how are you? That there are people who seem to want to attain some type of power. Folks who dabble with the witchcraft and stuff. And I had my little share in that. I had a little share in some of these Wiccan things, but I realized a long time ago, and that it's part of the law of one, you can't force anybody. So if you do this thing like you want somebody to love you or to care for you or something, if they don't love you just outright, then you making wishes to the universe is against that natural law of attraction. If they ain't attracted to you, man or woman or whatever the deal, if it ain't there, then trying to force it is against all laws of nature, right? And if somebody, well, I'm going to win the lottery, maybe you ain't supposed to win the lottery. I mean, honestly, it might not be your path to win the lottery as much as you spend money on it. And I'm going to win the lottery. Okay. I'm going to win the lottery. Okay. And they don't. So, but all of life is based on playing the lottery and at least getting them a half a mil, right? But they never do. But they still play. They still have hope. It is their future dream that still, after some of these people that know, after 40 years, they still ain't got it. They ain't got it. They ain't hit. They might have hit $1,000 winner after like 30 years of playing, but um, never hit the big one. But they still play. They still have hope because it part of their future dream. Now, I would also say this: if you never play, you can never win. And if you never play, you're never going to win. Period. That's it. But should you play $50 a week when you only make 100, where some of these folks used to do? Maybe not quite that bad, but enough, and then not win anything. And they tear the tickets up, and they're frustrated. So their future dreams are based literally on the throw of a dice, so to speak. That's gambling. But now there are things that you could gamble on. Now, like for me, realizing that I should have planted fruit trees several years ago. I should have planted more blueberries. Should have. This year, you bet your butt. Now, my fingers are crossed that I'll live long enough to be able to get any fruit off of these things, but that's not the point. In my heart, I'm going to feel better. Why? Because I have literally planted things for the future. Regardless of how much longer I live or none of that, right? But for the future, period, there will be fruit trees and there will be more blueberry bushes and there will be, some kiwi things and stuff. There's going to be more stuff here. And so living here is going to be nicer. Now, it's obviously going to take 2 or 3, maybe even longer, for some of these trees to get big up enough to actually get any fruit from them. But that's not the point. I'll be able to nourish them and water them and say, one of these days, somebody's going to get the fruit from you and are going to benefit from this. I hope it's going to be me. But so my future is that in future events, I wish for this to happen. So I have wished for this to happen. Here's the deal: I haven't acted on it, right? So this year, whatever is motivating my tiny little butt to do this, is like, nah. For all these other projects and things that I've tried, I got my trailer out there. I've got all these kayaks. I was hoping to be able to take people on trips to the river and this and that. None of that happened. None of it. The money the money and the effort and all the stuff that I did. Who's out there? It's just it's just a critter running from the rain. Now let him be. It's okay, Doug. It's raining pretty decent. Can you hear it on the roof? But anyway, it's okay, bud. So for future events, but whether or not I'm still alive to getting of the fruit from these is not my point. Um, my hope is that I will be alive to see fruit come from these trees, but circumstances might change along the way. But and it takes a few years for some of these things. So, but I'm going to be hopeful nonetheless. You see, so I'm not going to give up on that dream because if I plant the trees, if I plant the seeds, if I have to act. Otherwise, it's just a wish that I have for the future. Now I'm swinging that is related to things that are in the past. Now I'm if my relatives watch this, I mean no disrespect. And I've talked about this before in that I was having a conundrum about what to do with my property when I pass. And I realized that to dump it on my relatives who may not actually see the property as I do, my dream of for my grandkids was that whatever I had in my mind. Well, guess what? Life and circumstances have changed to where my dream was simply that. It was my dream. It wasn't theirs and hasn't become part of their dream. Okay. Now, there's no fault in any of this, right? But for me, for the last 40 years, I have like, oh, my grandkids will come and we'll have this great big thing and we'll be, that ain't happened. Now, dear family members, I'm, I'm, oh, out in the sheds out here and where the partially finished uh, porches out here underneath the truck. They got different places they hide and sleep. Uh, it'll be colder than hell, and they'll be out here in the yard scrunched together just right outside this window. They're nuts. But others are a little bit smarter. Out in the shed, there are places up in there where they can go and snuggle down and be out of the weather. So they've got places to go hide. But anyway, but to the thing though, what I realized recently was that I was trying to force my dream onto my family members. And when I realized that, like slap in the face, I went, oh, holy shit. I'm trying to make them accept what my dream for them was. It was my dream, my wish, and although it was about them, it had nothing to do with them because they all have separate lives. They all have separate feelings. They all like different things. Having no argument to that. I support them. I love them. I honestly do. But the idea that I would be forcing my dream of quote the property to them when it might not be in their dream. It might not be in their reality. My reality is that, oh, holy crap. I realized that I was trying to force my lifelong dream on them. And that's a crappy thing to do, and a hell of a responsibility to dump it on somebody that might not want it. So in talking to Jackie's mama, we weren't actually married, but would have been my first, was I said, I've made the decision that satisfies me and should satisfy everybody else. And she was like, what's that? And I said, well, it's not that I intend to get bumped off anytime soon or die, but the conundrum for myself was that I'm either gonna I'm gonna sell the property to somebody who wants it, who sees the value, who, like my next door neighbor, who said, Dave, we'll buy your property and you can still live there. We'll give you the money, whatever it's worth. We'll make payments to you like a reverse mortgage. You can live there till you die. And we'll still try to plant you up there on the top of the property because they see the value of this swamp down here, right? Because they live next door. My dear friend Rob, who lives down the road, sees the value in this place for his children, his girls, and his young boy that's coming up. And they've got a nice little piece of property over there, but it don't have a river in the backyard, and it's like twice as much as, or maybe even three times as much. So the value, as far as uh, the amount of property, and the fact that he knows my next door neighbors, and that they know people in this and in the neighborhood. So, if Rob had the property, then they would still be neighbors. You know what I mean? They would still be a good fit. Whereas to try to force my relatives into accepting something that some of them have never been, and to dump it on them and say, here, you must accept this because it's my wish, is very self centered and very egotistical from my point of view. And I did not realize what the hell I was doing. Because, like, but my intention is good. I want to have, and I said this, I said, my dream has always been that my family would always have a place to go, no matter what. Well, my daughter's been homeless several times. She never came here. But situations are that the property's been here all these years, but no one has taken advantage of it. Now, I'm not trying to place blame or make anybody feel guilty. It's the simple fact. So the facts are, wait a minute, you've all made different lives, you've got different choices, and your dreams are not what mine is. Well, I'm going to leave this for you and you're going to have this and you can, but here's the deal. What is actually more appropriate under the circumstances is to go ahead and sell the property, but then just give each of them whatever the dividing factor is, right? Rather than trying to place the burden of the property on them and what to do and who we're going to sell it to. Well, I don't want to just anybody to buy this place because they'd be cutting down trees and they'd be taking a bulldozer to my house, and because they wouldn't see the value of it. Even if it's crazy weirded, to my friends, they would see the value of it as a greenhouse or a starting. Even if they took everything out of it, it still has greenhouse value. But with Rob, he's got his two daughters are just absolutely delightful to hang around, and he sees the value in them sleeping up in the loft and run up and down the stairs and clambering around. I see it. I'm like, okay, and that was part of my dream, was to have grandchildren run around the house and down in the woods and going, Grandpa, let's go to the river. Well, my wish for that to happen has not happened with my grandchildren. So, but there are young children who, like Robin said, yeah, you can be their grandpa if you want to, Uncle Dave. But the idea, though, that So my dream in my head of having young children and them always having a place to be and might actually not be my relatives, but might be my extended family. So future dream, it's still possible. Grandchildren running around and playing in the yard, right? Having the dog and playing frisbee and going on trips down into to the swamp down to the river. He wants to put up a zip line, which I had one up before. And so, but I'm ready. Let's put a zip line up. I want to put 1,000 feet because that's how far it is to the river from somewhere up here, and do a zip line, through the trees to the river. And he wants that too. Hey, Mary, Delaney, where do oh, tons of places for them to sleep. Oh, yeah, you're right, Isby. That a lot of places. Wood piles that they sleep under. Oh man, there's all kinds of places. But anyway, so in my personal dilemma, that do I place a burden on family members who might not want it because of my dream, which they don't seem to be connected to? Which I'm like, but why not? Why don't they see the value of this? And because they have their own lives. So, but my own stubbornness after all these years has been, but why can't you see? Why don't you come visit your grandpa? Why don't you come down here to Georgia? Because they don't like it down here. For whatever reason, it's okay. But there are folks that are already here that have become my family who really like it here. So, do I try to force my dream on these other people when it's my dream and not theirs? But if there are people here that show me love and affection and they like it here, now what should I do? So to me, the obvious thing is to sell to someone that I know if I plant trees or blueberries, he and his daughters, my adopted grandchildren or whatever, will get the value of that. My next door neighbor who's not, 10 or so years younger than me, but they would see the value and their kids would see the value of what was done here on the property. So to make arrangements with someone who would follow up on my original dream and to make sure that it happened versus pawning my dreams off onto family or somebody else who would have, they don't get it because they've not been here, lived here, and experienced it. Not this has nothing to do with blame. It's because they have their own dreams and spirit journeys and whatever, and their journeys don't include this, and it's okay. But it wasn't okay with me for a long time. Anger and frustration. Why don't they see the value in this? Well, Grandpa, blah, blah. But no, because I'm trying to force my dream, my values of what they should feel. Because if they felt like I did about this, they would really see the value. Not so much, right? But there is no fault in this, which is my issue, in that I've been trying to find somebody to blame, trying to actually blame it on them. And here, these last couple of months in discussions, and I've had some people like get too much into my face and like, wait a minute, so if I want to pass along my heritage of what I feel about the place, the fact that, the when I first got here, we got a little bit. Everybody say hi to Bob. It's, oh, look at that. It's 2 a.m. It's been an hour and 44 minutes, hour and 45 minutes. I want to welcome those of you who are here. This is, Hawkeye Two Feathers hanging out with you, also, AKA Sikkim um, Barry. If you don't, I will. Bet they keep the rats around you. Not so much, but they've been eating little birds and lizards. They've been eating a bunch of lizards lately, Isby. So for future events, so my future dream. So do I give up before I die? I give up what I would consider the dream of a lifetime. 40 years of blood and sweat and and because I wanted to provide this thing, whatever this thing is, to my um, children and grandchildren. Well, me and my son are parted ways. Okay. He's got a whole different journey, and what he's got, it's okay. He ain't going to miss this. You know what I mean? And for my daughter, who's never really lived here and lives in Florida, can't get up here and chooses to live down there, like my granddaughter, to try to say, well, you must accept this and the responsibility of it when I die, that's just unfair. And so I'm still going to have this chat with them. And if they watch this video, I love you. Um, and there's always that we can change our minds or something. But my point of view is I wanted to make sure that the legacy of the land, okay, the promise I made to the land to not sell it to some pine tree hoarding somebody, something, something, and that wants to clear cut the property or wants to, develop it in a way that would really not be a good thing. Um, I'm sorry, I had to get rid of the VOM. Okay, so my solution and my first wife thingy, it was kind of odd. Oops. Uh, well, what had considered doing years ago, that if my family didn't want the property, no big deal, but I was going to, donate it to the state for the simple reason. Yeah, I got him. For the simple reason that I don't want the riverbank destroyed. Now I did not know my neighbors at the time, but I would gladly pass it on to them because they know the value of like leaving it alone versus going in and trying to change everything. So where other people may not necessarily be that kind. So to see the value as it is without a bunch of changes. So my dear friend Rob, he sees the value with minimal changes, which is what I agree on. The If a couple of trees need to come out to open up an area, then the trees need to come out. If if the property needs to be burned because there's too many pine needles, which it is, then you need to burn the property or you need to do with this or something, right? But they would do it in such a way that follows what I consider natural guidelines because they live around here and they understand what the local natural guidelines are, which is kind of universal, but you know, so um, my decision, which at this point, I'm settled with it and I feel good with it. It seems to be an amicable and a decent situation, right, for everybody. It's 2:05 a.m. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you may be. So, and I'm trying not to harp on this, but there are people who have these things that get left up or wills or whatever. And I'm like, I think I'd rather just go ahead and take care of this. Now, I intend to live a while longer. Okay. My uncle is 85, 86 years old. He's got dementia, but he is still alive. So I'm pushing for, matching Uncle Roger at least. Let's make it to 85. That's 15 more years. Okay, yeah, that's not a hard one to go. But anyway, so and if I live a minimum of 15 more years at 69 and almost a half, got to keep that one going. That I will see the fruits of my labor. Now the agreement that I made with Rob as a precursor to this is that my family members would still be able to come here, like my current family members, my daughter and two granddaughters and my grandson up in Ohio, that they would still be able to come here as long as they gave notice and said, "Hey, we're coming," kind of thing, not just show up and go, well, here we are. No, within reason and respect that they would have access to the property until they passed away, provided they, were respectable. And both parties have agreed. So it's like, so I'm not running them off. They can still have use of the property, which none of them have taken advantage of up to this point. So if they took advantage of it, okie doke. And they would work it out with the people who have taken over the property. Now, what am I going to do with the money after I'm dead? It's going to be divided to them. Hey, project, how you do it? So my worry about what's going to happen after I'm gone, and I'm going to write a will, and then they're going to each get a part of the property, but who's going to pay the taxes when none of them really can afford it? I mean, how's this going to work? It's going to end up somebody's going to buy the property for the cost of taxes. What this last year was, almost $400. So for $400, they missed taxes one year and they don't own it anymore. Period. If I make the sale ahead of time and when I pass, then they already own it, regardless of where the money is, that they will each get a share of whatever the sales price, the current value of the property is, which I think is fair. So the property goes to someone who understands it in their heart. But my family members still get the benefit of, quote, my inheritance. So, but why not just the land? Well, if they want, they got a chance to speak up. I ain't dead yet. But with the deal that I've made is that they still have access to the property. They still can come and get whatever out of the house, personal items, which none of them have wanted anything before. So it's like, I'm not saying that they wouldn't, but it's like, you know, all I have to do is look at current events and the track record. That can change. You know, in my lifetime, there are lots of things that it took until later on in life for those things to materialize. So, but what I realized recently, the most important part was that it was my dream, my forcing a reality on someone else's reality and to someone else's dream. So, Buddy Rob, his dream would be to like to have this place. My next door neighbor, their dream would be to like double the property, without going anywhere. I mean, those are like valuable dreams. To my relatives, bless them all, their dream is to follow the journey where they're already at, which is fine. So my reality had to change due to circumstances. So they'll get an inheritance. Why, I don't know, but they get an inheritance. But I get the knowledge of when I go that somebody's going to take over and fulfill my original dream of, you know, keeping the river like the river and making trails so that, relatives and people could go down and picnic and, and that Um, but it would maintain wildlife and the not and the trees and the this and um, and now like expanding. Why haven't I planted fruit trees sooner? I'm like kicking myself for that one, but to the point, I still have time to act. So my future events, what I had wished before, had lost track of, comes back around at an older age and says, you really see the value of this now, don't you? Oh, holy crap. Yeah, I really should have invested in this sooner. So, for folks, wherever you may be, look at your situation and go, am I taking advantage? Am I taking full advantage of a situation without pissing somebody off or something? Or am I just wishing that this would take place? Like people that I've listened to, well, I wish I had a garden. Well, can you get a pot? If you got an empty milk jug, well, why? Because you can use an empty milk jug and turn it into a planter. I mean, there are so many things. Don't be making excuses about why you ain't growing something. If you really want to grow something, then grow it. Well, I don't have this faith. I don't. Oh, shut up. You're making up excuses. Your future dream is simply a pipe dream, a wish. Act on it. I know I need to make an order for some trees soon. And now that it's rained, it'd be hey, Dominic, how are you? Good to see you. But so for future events, now's the time. The ground is wet. It's early spring. Now is the perfect time for me to plant for the future. So, whatever that is that you wish for your future, uh, think about planting stuff now in whatever garden you're thinking of. And I don't mean just outside in the dirt, but I mean in your garden of life. Maybe you should take an art class. Maybe you've been putting something off, and like for me, I bought a new guitar. Well, new for me. Like I really needed another guitar, but it's an F style. Um, what time is it? It's 2:13. All right, so I'm going to finish this little diatribe, and then it's sitting over here. I'm going to go get it and show you my new guitar. It's an electric. But the idea, though, that so I bought it from a friend who needed some help. And did I really need it? No, I've got two electric guitars upstairs. I don't play now. But this F style, though, there's something about it. Like I want to go upstairs and get my little amp and plug it in. So, and I bought it to help my friend out. And to me, a musical instrument is a good investment no matter what, because it still has value further down the road. So I've got all these guitars and musical instruments here at the house. If I really get into trouble anywhere in the future, I can offer them up for sale if I don't play them or whatever. And my future dream is that at some point there are going to be people to come out and I'm going to get out my amps and we're going to hook shit up and we're going to rock the neighborhood. That still could happen. It hasn't up to this point, but it could still happen. I still have all the mics and stands and amps, and it could still happen. So, and speakers, oh my God, we could rock this joint. And I have in the past. But anyway, so, but is that dream gone? No. Has it did happen? It has happened. And we don't know what future events will prove. So it could very well happen again. So we'll see, right? That one's hadn't gone away. It's the guitars and the amps and all that. That's still there. That's still a possibility. I don't have any drums other than some other small handheld things. Um, but so what we plan for our future, right? So there are things that I have wished for my future that are kind of dormant at the moment. You know, my late night radio show that I wished for. I'm going to get old and retire, and I'm going to do an all night radio program, and I'm going to talk to folks, and we'll have conversation. And I don't have a call in, but You could call the house and we could chat if you really want to, honestly. I'm as long as the phone's charged up, I'm good for that. Somebody called me not too long ago, and I put the phone here by the thing and we chatted. So, and God knows Navarro, man, I can't think of his name at the moment. So if you're watching, I still want to come down. Um, and, for all my frustration about my truck being broke and not being able to go anywhere. So I haven't really had to go anywhere. And then when I did, I got a ride. I need a gallon of milk, and I got one more pack of cigarettes left. So, in a day or so, I'm going to be like knocking on somebody's door and going, "Give me a ride." But what dreams are made of is our intent, but it also highly um, depends on circumstances. I mean, there are people who have had breaks and they get right into the music business, or they do a YouTube video and they're famous overnight. And, I'm just so happy and proud to have y'all. Um, I don't know what my current subscribership is, but it's over 500 last time I checked. I never dreamed I'd have 50. So the fact that there are 500 subscribers to this channel and that you all come out and hang out when you can, and some of you just listening with the pillow. I love you. That's my late night radio talk show thing because I used to fall asleep listening to the disc jockeys, and I get it. So, and whether or not you participate, I still get it. So, with love for every one of you all, I'm fulfilling one of my long-time dreams. Thank you. And now, I mean no offense to y'all, but because of my dream, regardless of how many people are here at any one time or views, because that ain't where I'm about, I would do this anyway. Anyway, if it was just one person, because that's how crazy I am. Because that is my longtime dream was to do late night radio, and so and I've been on radio, I've done radio, right? So you never know how many people are actually, honest to God, listening to you. So this way, it kind of shows up. Well, it says 16 people. Okay, that number goes up, down, and 11 likes at the moment. Okay, but I know that sometimes there's more of you that it shows. And anyway, so but it shows participation is my point. Where if I were on the radio, I wouldn't know if there was anybody listening or not. And but you guys show up and participate. That makes it even better than late night radio is where I'm headed with this. So how I dreamed this would happen. Late night radio, blah, blah, blah. Now my late night radio is a YouTube video, and I get to share with you all. Hey, Miss Deborah, I get to share with folks coming in, and it's it's 2:19 a.m. at the current time with a little bit of lag. We want to say thank you, Bob, for keeping the stream fairly stable. We've got storms around here and stuff, but I know we get lag and other people have lag on their ends and stuff, but I'm so glad that we're all together and as healthy as possible. And for those who are feeling a little gimpy, we hope that you get some of that gimpiness out. And I'm gimpy myself with having leg issues, and one leg shorter than the other. And anyway, and oh my God, I've got 3 pairs of shoes that I used to wear all the time. That the last couple of years, I'd just been walking barefoot a lot, even in the wintertime. And these little stretchy kind of shoes that I use on the river all the time. And but I have put on these shoes that used to fit me. Now my feet have grown. Like what? They don't. None of my shoes fit. They all hurt my toes. So 20, everybody. And my prayer this time, every time I light, especially when I'm here with y'all, is to send a prayer of love and hope There are a lot of folks who feel hopeless, and we just have to learn how to adapt. So here's to the adaptation in 2022. My 40 years of being on the property. Now, I know I keep talking about my own life, but in my own life, there's so many things, projects that I've started, got so far in, and then for whatever reason have just, gone off in a different direction, or circumstances, marriage, divorces, weather, you name it, jobs, no jobs, uh, being incapacitated and, you know, laying in a hospital bed and not being able to fulfill your dreams because, like 3 operations on my neck, all the issues that I had that went with it, all the testing, all the time that was spent over those many years and the operations and the recovery, which still hasn't worked, but I'm still here. So I believe that some of my recuperation is simply because of my own sheer will, you know. And I have to say that some of you have heard me talk about my 3 days on the river when I walked with the two spirit guides that took me off. Um, I have gone backwards and thought, I used to have a lot of issues with my left leg, broken playing football in 4 places, 3 operations, corrective, and so forth. One leg shorter than the other, my left leg. Have walked with a cane and gimpy all of my life until recently. And I was going back through it and trying to establish, when did my leg get better? When did somehow, because where I only had 3/4 maybe um, motion in my left leg, I now can like squat, which I haven't been able to do since I was 14 years old. What? So my neck, I have got more motion in my neck over the years. It still cracks and bumps and burns and everything, but I have 3 fusions in my neck. I'm not supposed to be able to turn my head like this. Okay. So there are personal miracles with bones and things and such over the years that I just literally scratch my head and go, I should not be doing better. I should not be able to move my neck. I should not be walking as easy. Now I ain't bitching. Don't get me wrong. I'm grateful, thankful. But what was the turning point where all of a sudden I've got more motion in my leg? Of where all of a sudden I've got more motion in my neck. And all I can do is go back to that point at about 2013, I think it was. So, um, 13, 22, that's 10 years, 9 years. So it was back in that time that somehow after that point is when certain things got better. Uh, Now, there are a lot of other things that happened since then, but I'm like, but when what was the initiation, right? And so seeing myself walk through the woods with those two spirits, I was like, did somehow they wave a magic wand over me? And somehow now I have had issues since then, um, but in going back, that's somehow that started it. Okay, don't know how, don't know what. I was not conscious of it at the time. Okay, it was an event that happened. Me and my dog, you know, 3 days in August during the worst dog days that I've ever been through down here in South Georgia. Temperatures of 105 in the daytime in the shade. Rivers and lakes were dried up. It was horrible. And I made it through 3 days with very little water or any food, me and my dog both. And I'm still amazed at the fact that we made it. So, but going back in my timeline, I was like, so when did this whatever change take place in that my leg is better, my neck is better, and it shouldn't be, you know? So, it all, everything natural, the older you get, things break down easier, right? So, I'm not bitching, I'm grateful. So, but here's the thing. So, there are times when we want to give up on our future. See you later. It'd be stay well, okay? And keep up the good fight. Um, but there are so many times in life where a slight alteration or adaptation to what your life's dream is may have absolutely different consequences that aren't necessarily bad, right? Because you don't know what to expect. So you say, "Well, I thought it would be like this," when actually it's more like this. So you can throw your hands up in disgust and go, because I've seen people do this, like folks who, uh, I'm, I'm sorry, I have to keep using theater and certain things like that as, but there was a show where the director just didn't like the people who had showed up and didn't want to, and I was called in to like, would you direct this show? And I was like, okie doke. And there were folks there that were a little iffy, but if you know how to, if you want to use the word manipulate, okay. But if you learn how to work with people and direct them properly and give them the correct um, critiques, which are constructive criticism, and you prove by trust that you mean well for them, versus I've had directors like, no, you should know better than that, blah blah blah, and what's that line again, and blah blah blah, and you've got all these things in your head that you're trying to remember, and then the director just beat you to death. I first thing I did when I was directing, I was like, I will never do that to you unless you drive me to insanity, and then I will. But in the meantime, I will stop you and say, please do that over again. And what was that line? Treat those folks with respect. And you get so much more out of folks and they blossom. So my understanding of direction and how to treat people. So there are folks who say, well, I just don't see this happening. I give up. So then somebody says, hey, we got a show here. We've got a cast and we've got a budget and it's written on the docket, but our director walked out. Okay, I'll take over, you know, simply because the show must go on, right? But also it was the challenge for me to work with a whole different group of people and to step in when another director has given up for whatever reason. Now there are instances where sometimes the director have to step aside, but family reasons, work or whatever, right? Death in the family, which has happened. But for somebody to just say, screw it, I don't want to do this, that's different. But in seeing how people would give up on a circumstance, because they don't see how it could happen, it's because the problem has been they have not been able to learn how to adapt. Some people from Tallahassee would come up. We have a small studio. I say we, I'm not part of the group anymore, but a small studio stage. It's not a big stage. We don't have a big ceiling. It's an old storefront that we converted, okay? But it's as wide as any of the big stages in any of the auditoriums around. I made sure that when we originally designed the width of this thing, so that the proscenium from side to side is exactly the same size as the cultural center. So if we rehearsed at the storefront, we would know where off stage was when we went to another theater. So people would go, wow, we got here and and wow, our stage is just as wide as this. There you go. So but there are certain things that we planned and that worked out later. But for those folks who are used to high school theaters or gymnasiums or whatever, this wasn't that. So they could not see how to work around certain problems and were not willing to adapt. For example, if there was a scene that we just couldn't get any kind of scenery change or whatever, we would simply blacken the back of the stage. And instead of having some grandiose whatever for two people to talk, we would bring them and just do it with simple lighting, right? So you couldn't see the background. And all the focus then would be on the people and the conversation. So, well, oh no, it's a they're on a side street somewhere and whatever, and there's got to be a this, and it's got to look like an alleyway, and it's like, really? How about we do a table and a little bit of selective lighting where it looks like there's a the subject of a corner by the way you light it. And that the table sits in this corner of lighting, even though it's dark around. So it's like you're in theater for God's sakes. You can't be creative. You have to have this scenery because well, I can't do it the way it's supposed to be done and whatever. It's like, it's called adaptation, but it says so. Yeah, but if you don't have room for a Viking ship, then you're going to have to come up with something else, right? I can't wait to get my new bifocals. Well, Delaney, I can't speak for you, but for me, I'm along with my leg and my arthritis in my hands, which I do attribute to stopping the drinking from plastic all the time. That has made a difference. Um, but my eyesight, and I was told this by one of my friends who was an eye doctor, and he said, because I was squinting all the time, and now my eye issue is different from other people. I get it. But that for me, so I use these, you know, um, non-prescription glasses, but he what he told me was, and it was later I've seen several articles in it in different publications that if you match, if your eyes are getting weak because of the glasses that you have and you find yourself squinting, if you get stronger glasses, that actually it can make your eyes even weaker because then they don't have to work to focus. So he was like, whatever the far off is great. It's your close up, right? I can't ever remember what it is, but to the designation. So it's like he said, and it was proven later on and has been proven that if you don't get the stronger glasses. So now there are times, and I've got a pair of 250s over here that the print's so damn small. I gotta use a stronger set of glasses. But for just reading and looking at stuff, I'm using this here, which it came off, but I think it was like 150, and I was like moving into the 300s. So I have a pair of glasses, and if you've been to the things, the 125s, 150s are just enough to bring my eyes in. And so when I realized this, and along with my hands getting better, my leg getting better, my neck more, I realized for me, so I several years ago, I couldn't read a word in the chat, but it was because I kept bumping up the magnification. So by bumping up the magnifications, my eyes didn't focus as easy. It was more difficult. And since I've been taking my glasses on and off, I can read a lot of what's in the chat without either pair of glasses on. Now, some nights my eyes are a little, more stoned or less, but to the point though. So left is, oh, see, well, your issue is much different. But there are folks who get glasses who, oh, my glasses are getting weak. Nah, your eyes are getting, maybe you should try something. It's like anything else. If your eyes need to exercise focusing in and out. Now, Miss Pearl, your issue is different. My doctor, she has had astigmatism and bipolar, blind as a bat, right? But there are other folks that just use glasses on and off, and it's not so bad. But I was making my situation worse. And now, because I've backed off of getting stronger glasses, I got a magnifying glass if I need it. But instead of trying to have this really bright image all the time, a little squinting comes in handy. Hey, Mossy Man, how you doing? But now I know my situation ain't like everybody else's, but it's like everything else that I've learned in my lifetime. I was like, I thought I'd have great big thick glasses by now, and I don't. I can actually see better now than I could a couple of years ago. My walking, my knee has gotten better, not worse. My arthritis, uh, what do we attribute that to? Okay, now I'm going to switch really to the shaman side. In my shaman walk, my journey, and it's up to each individual as to whether or not you are just simply on a spirit journey, which is a shaman in training, nothing wrong with it. And then there are folks who, like for me, I mean, I really got to study. I've had to spend 3 days on the river. I've had to endure some of these things. Because it's my journey. It's the lessons that were learned from those really tough experiences. And so I've never looked for a power. All right. Now I've always thought, that those folks who are really good at it, supposedly could like disappear and appear someplace else. And having experienced astral projection as a young child and all through my life, I went through a period where I couldn't do it, but that was due to a head injury. But the idea, so for me, I've understood that there's been this other side of reality because of the astral projection thing and just other stuff, right? For my vision of Mother Mary at 11 and all the things that went and subsequent since then, my journey doesn't matter to anybody else's. So, but whatever your experience is, for whatever you accept as your shaman in training, if that's what you consider. So my lot in life, okie doke. I'm the hermit. I'm this, right? Okay. Now for other people, where do you fit on the scale? Or should you consider yourself on a scale of learning? Or am I a shaman in training? Or am I just a crazy person looking for the spiritual truth? Or, you know, uh, I've had visions and the Catholic Church is a bunch of satanic, flesh eating sons of bitches. Wait a minute now. So there are people that woke up to different things, which leads them not necessarily left or right, but it changes their perception of the future. Well, I never thought I would believe this. I never thought that this would actually be true versus false or whatever. Many of the things that I've talked about for years, and I talk about Sister Helene, who appeared with Mother Mary here in my house a few years back, to give me faith and to give me confidence and say, look, you need to try this for all these reasons. So here we are, right? But the spirit journey. So each person has to, you have to be brutally honest. Why did I just talk the last hour about the understanding about the property and forcing my dream on somebody else? Hey, Steve, what you doing? And that what your dream may be for the world may not be what everybody wants to accept for that dream. like these crazy people that want to control us all the time and and mind screw us and keep chaos all the time and all that, right? So I'm doing the and on purpose because there's a bunch of stuff that's in there and fill in the blanks, whatever your and is. But so with this, with the purpose in mind though, so what do you want in your life, out of life, however you want to put it, that seems to be relative to what, and your spiritual journey can adapt and change, but whatever got you here, what was it for, just for you, having nothing to do with anybody else, right? What does it fulfill in you? What is the truth to you? Does it make you feel any closer to the universe, or do you feel more rejected or objective or dejected or unselected, or do you actually feel closer to the universe, to the creator, to all the other beings in the universe? Do you feel closer or further apart? Now, I'm not looking for answers in the chat, but these, there is no answer because it's up to you. What do you expect? What do you see in the future? For me, um, there's been so many things now due to lessons and freezes and temperatures and stuff and ceremonies and what's happened in my life. I've accepted these as lessons for my spiritual journey. And I'm still working out some of the kinks, right? About realizing here recently what my lifelong dream was a fantasy to those folks, that I was going to wish it upon. That takes some stark, honest to God, sure enough, gut wrenching, crying, mad, anger, truth. And if you can't be brutally honest with yourself, then maybe that's part of your spiritual journey. In that, um, there are folks who don't realize that they're not being honest. They have convinced themselves through, you know, their own trickery, because it's hard to accept the brutal truth, which doesn't necessarily draw blood, but I mean, for me, I kept bringing it up because it was an issue in my brain that I couldn't figure out why it was an issue. When I'd settled all these other things in my brain and blah, blah, blah. Okay, right. So here I am with this thing about, um, you know, uh, allowing why can't other people accept what I want for them to be? But wait, hang on, wait a minute. I had not considered this other part of this, right? So, in my quote spiritual development as a shaman in training, to brutally look at myself and what I was trying to project onto other people was really unnecessary. So, we have to really think about it. Well, I'm wishing this and that and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but are you really like doing a spell in a way? In that you're trying to force someone else to listen, well, to listen to your point of view, that's one thing, but to believe in your point of view and to be like you and to fulfill your future dream, it may not be theirs. It is their choice. And if you there are folks who insist that everybody should be woke by now, when there are a lot of folks that just ain't going to happen. And for those folks that I might say, well, I don't think these folks will ever really wake up, but stuff happens. I've learned in my lifetime of 69 and almost a half years, that right now I realize that dadgum anything's I've seen too much stuff that I would have thought impossible. Well, there you go. Maybe not. So impossibilities in our future dreams are like maybe nothing is impossible. It may be really, 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 really difficult. But the other thing is for those folks who want to put forth their spiritual psychicness on other people, Christians who do a lot of Bible thumping, and the only way that you're going to be saved is if you give your life to Jesus, and you got to repent, and you got to kneel and bow your head and worship, and that's just a crock of shit, right? When you realize all of a sudden we're always connected to the universe. We're always connected to the source. We're always connected to the universe and each other and all this. And we don't need no stinking religion of any kind. And worship should be out of the question. So when you get rid of all this other frivolity stuff and all this other craziness that those people must insist that you believe, then when you drop all of that and you have that sudden realization that, oh, holy crap, there's a part of me that has been connected all the time. And holy crap, I just realized that there's a part of me that's always being connected. And you go, wait a minute. I just realized that I've been connected all along. And then there's the realization that all along I just found out I've always been connected. You find different ways of saying the same thing, but there is a slightly different awareness for every time you make the statement. And that's the growth. Now, it's up to you as to whether or not you wish to find the truth in yourself or in the universe or to accept it. And for somebody to say, well, your only way to get there is through Jesus or the Bible or the this. And I would caution you and say, listen to your heart, go sit under a tree and just let the universe sink in. Do you really need all that? Now, I talked with my daughter about it tonight again, and I said, listen, my granddaughter's having a lot of issues, having been in jail and on probation now and stuff. That, the Bible, she's finding comfort in the Bible. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. And I also told my daughter, I said, listen, there's nothing wrong with the Bible as long as people understand it was not written by God. Let's just no, it was not. Jesus didn't write it. None of his apostles wrote it. You have to let that sink in. Okay. And is it a really good read? Is there a lot of stuff in it? Are there things that can bring you solace in times of need? Absolutely. But you gotta understand God didn't write it. That's all. If you can just keep that little bit, and that we do not have to worship anything. Because as the angel says to John in Revelations, as I've talked about over the years, John's kneeling down and bowing, and the angel says, get up because you are as I am. The angel, twice in Revelations at the end, 20, 21, whatever the chapters are, it's the end. But when the angel comes to John and he says, no, get up, because John was going to worship him and all this stuff, and he was like, no, get up, for you are as I am. All of us are these angel beings. All of us are like that. And in the native traditions, as I've been, reading and talking about, is that in the eyes of the Creator, all things are equal. So it doesn't matter if you're a bird. It doesn't matter if you're Einstein. It doesn't matter if you're Bill Gates. It doesn't matter who you are. In the eyes of the Creator, your value is the same. And some people would say, well, wait a minute. I, you know, I'm Pope Freaky Friend, and I live in the Vatican, and I'm God. No, you ain't, cause you ain't no better than me or you or the next person, and it's only your self-indulged ego that tells you that you're better than me, when I just don't believe it. You know, you're the pontiff, so big freaking deal. And you're the sorry, I ain't bound to pray to you or any of your ilk. Sorry, because in the eyes of the Creator, all things are equal. And when we understand it on a cellular level in the universe, on a quantum level, our spirits are all made of the same kind of little nanoparticles in the universe. We are all the same. Our personal construct at this time, I look like this. When I look at my picture on my driver's license, I seriously, it looks like a wanted poster from back in the old West. I'm like, holy shit. I'm do it all. I don't have a mustache and anyway, my beard. But oh my God, my picture of my driver's license, I had to look at it the other day and it was like, gee, Christmas. If somebody looked at this, they think I was some old biker guy and I got a sawed off shotgun. Holy crap. I look like Billy the Kid's father. I'm one of the Dalton gang. Holy crap. It's what time? It's 2:52. I can't quite see that clearly. Fives and nines and eights and things are sometimes difficult to it's a five. Okay, it's 2:52 a.m. Sunday morning, January the what? 16th. Welcome and blessings to you all. This is Hawkeye Two Feathers, aka David Null, doing the late night discussion. And our topic for tonight are dreams and futures and what could happen. So now, going back to my shaman dreams, because I think this is important, because it's different from what seems to be a natural dream of, I like theater because I did it in high school, or I did this, and blah, 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 blah. So, but anyway, um, so each of us needs to make that decision. Now, I would say that, especially for all the things in my life, that if you say, well, I'm too old for that. Well, you may be too old to climb Mount Everest, but you may be able to go to a local place and hike up a trail that's a good distance and get the same kind of feeling. So, like for me, I would never be able to climb Mount Everest for various reasons, but I have been in North Georgia and climbed Tray Mountain and this mountain and a couple of the others. And I bring up Trade Mountain because that's one of the places where I had a vision, okay, a vision dream. And in that vision dream, I looked into the future. Actually, I didn't look, they kind of shoved it at me and said, if you do this, this is what it's going to look like. And the answer is, as much as you don't want to agree with the plan, this is how it needs to go. And so for me, I was presented with choices, and they were really crappy, really, really shitty choices. I mean, really shitty choices. Do not want to get into them, but it involved a love of, I thought, of my life and stuff. And it just started wrong and ended even wronger. But sometimes life is like that. Not proud of it, not happy with it, but the end result was that at the time, and I mean, I got beat up spiritually big time, and this was early on in my showing up shaman training, and it was by making those decisions that I did then that took me on the next step of my shaman journey. What I didn't know it at the time, but it was like, oh, holy crap. Now, as I look back on it in this just open reflection without, because one of the things is I'm not trying to study on anything. I'm just saying, for those things that have affected me the last year, 2 years, whatever, um, if I need to be reminded, just kind of so, and just keep trying to keep my brain, which sometimes it ain't hard to do, just allow it to be open. So these things in the past brought you here. These choices you made in the past brought you here. The choices that you make now, what are you going to do? Well, I don't know. I don't have those same kind of really serious choices to make now. Well, ain't that good? Because you dealt with it then. You're right. As much as painful as it could still be if I allowed it to, the decisions I made back then, kind of sort of made enemies, but I had to, because the future that I saw, if I had not, would have been worse. It just would have been worse for all folks that would have been involved in it. And I simply could not allow it, right? I know I'm talking around it. It's one subject I have never discussed. And you just have to believe me when I say if I won't discuss it, I'm more embarrassed, and it would bring up people that I don't want to bring their names or situations up to embarrass them. Okay. So it's out of respect for all parties who were then involved. No sense in it, right? But to my point, though, and that my decisions that I really wanted to do something else, I had to make those decisions because my outcome actually brought me here. Well, you're going to do this, but you know what you're going to get? You're going to be alone. You're going to be by yourself. You're going to be a hermit, and people are going to reject you because of what you did. Oh, holy shit. But if you want to correct this thing in this lifetime at all, you got to do this. Oh, shit. You're right. It is not what I want to do at all. It is not what I, oh, crap. Decisions must be made. So after those decisions were made, I've realized here recently that my visions from being on Trey Mountain and having slept where a bear had been, and having had the experience with hawks and clouds, and I have never really told that story, not for now, but it's a really honest to God happened to me issue, and it instilled in me my true connection as Hawkeye. And it happened on Trey Mountain in North Georgia. I actually the Appalachian Trail goes up Trey Mountain and down the other side, but the keeping with the dreams though, the vision dream that was awake at the time, and then I later it was so intense that I'd found this place off of Forest Road, and I could tell that there were bear tracks and stuff, and there was a spot in the leaves where this bear had laid, and I curled up there where the bear had been, and could actually smell bear, which I'd never smelled a bear before except around the circus and all, but to the point I was like, oh, holy crap. So but for me, the bear was trying to teach me a lesson, and the bear going inside and and listening to the great mystery. So not knowing that at the time, I followed my spirit guide who said, you need to sleep where bear slept. You need to feel the energy of the, which I, at the time, not a clue what that meant. I'm serious, not a clue. And so now I reflect back on it and go, oh, holy crap. That's why they made me go over here and take the nap where the bear had been. Oh, holy crap, that's the reason oh, I mean, now I look back on it and go, wow, there were all these animal signs that I didn't know. But I saw them, I paid attention, I listened to my spirit guide, and I did as much as I knew at the time because my official journey as a shaman was beginning at that point with these awake visions of what the future would be and what it was going to look like, and then later on have it confirmed in the dream time through Bear. So there are times when the last thing we want to do is make some of these hard decisions. Now there are times when, for example, my daughter was talking about, I know I keep bringing her up, but not in disrespect, but she's been clean from alcohol for, I think she said by the end of this month will be 13 years. Bravo, right? Brother Hawk, I'm waiting on the results of the blood work to see if I pass. Oh man, crap. I need to go have blood tests done too. And I keep making excuse. I don't want to go to the hospital to have it done, and I can't get a ride to the doctor. So I'm hoping for the best for you. Do you think China and Russia will attack America? No, they're not stupid. There are folks that are going to try to make us believe it, but no. And North Korea ain't going to do nothing either because we would literally blow the island off the face of the earth. So no, that's all hype. Um, is what studying in Hebrew, which shows all will be saved in Jesus. I, if that's what you want to believe, okie dokie. Now, for those of you who understand me, I have made my statements that I am a warrior for Christ. But Christ ain't going to save you. Jesus ain't going to save you. You have to save yourself. Jesus ain't got nothing to do with it. Okay. Well, if I follow Jesus, okay. Well, if you follow Jesus in the Bible, it was written by other people. Oh, but the Bible's, I know, the Bible says, and y'all putting faith in words that were written by other people. Please understand that. Oh, no, but the Bible was written by God. Okay. All right. And I mean this with the utmost respect because a lot of people that I love see the Bible as that thing, okie dokie. But if you cannot see beyond that, then you will forever be trapped in it. And that's one of the realizations of this quote. And Pope Francis is trying to do this. The new religion is all religions together thinking the same thing. Well, duh, that's what I'm talking about, but it has nothing to do with religion. It has to do what is natural in the universe, period. You know, but if folks who find refuge or solace or whatever in the Bible, you go for it. But my little tiny thing at the end is remember, God did not write it. Please understand that. Written by other people and has been changed over the years. Ask Pope Francis when he told all his Catholic followers to throw out their old Bible and buy the new one. And it's written in the last chapters of Revelations that he who changes the word of God shall be written out of the tree of life and the book of life forever. So Pope and all them folks who changed it, see y'all. May Jesus in his love. And I mean no disrespect, Mossy man. Uh, infallible. It's only inspired. Yep, good, Mossy man. But see, there are a lot of people who are like, I'm just saying, I have had my affair with Jesus through the Catholic Church and Mother Mary and all this other stuff. And I realized that the Christ consciousness, I've spoken on this many times, and there's a lot of proof to this for those of you who do or don't like Dante or whatever, but it confirms kind of sort of what Casey said, kind of sort of what I have felt, kind of sort of what Buddhism is about. I mean, the Dalai Lama is a reincarnation of another Dalai Lama, right? So, but here's the thing, that we understand it is just a guidebook. But, to put your faith, Jesus is going to come down and save us all. Well, what if I said he's already here, has been here, and nobody's paid attention and ain't nobody listening? I made videos on this way back. One of my visits from Mother Mary was to tell everybody that the Christ consciousness is here right now. Is anybody listening? And a lot of people, I'm a heretic. What? Okay. Because the Christ consciousness has been here for a long time. It never really left. The Christ lives in all of us. It's that feeling for those who have watched The Cause. I know that I'm working for the angel side of things. I'm not working for the devil guys. I'm not working for anybody that wants to create any kind of pain, regardless of religion or faith or Bibles or teachings. I ain't working for the other side, period. I've made my commitment. I've said so online years ago. I'm a warrior for Christ and I'm comfortable with it. I've made and I'm good with it. And if I die with this as a martyr or whatever, I'm good with it. I have made my peace. So, but the idea that Jesus is going to save us all, I'm sorry, that just ain't going to happen. I hate to burst a lot of people's bubbles, but if you can feel the Christ consciousness in you, that will save you. Not in this life, but in the next, absolutely. So, but anyway, um, no offense, Mossy Man, but I'm going to speak in whatever comes out. Okay. I mean, no offense. But it needs to be said because too many people are wrapped up in it. That may not be you. Then, if you're taking offense to it, then it's not meant for you. Okay. And I mean, no offense, honest. But this new awakening of peoples is going to blow a lot of folks' brains. You know, I'm just saying. So, am I still working for the cause? Absolutely, even as a silent 72 plus. Am I working for Christ? Absolutely. Have I been working for that spiritual consciousness of good versus evil? Absolutely. I will continue to do so. But I'm not going to use the Bible or anything else as the method to do so. When we need to look at the natural course of life. And that was one of my instructions from Mother Mary back in when she appeared here. And she said, you got to tell them the truth. You know, everybody's about the death of Jesus and he died for us and our sins. And okay, all right, okay, get over that. Let's move on to that. But what was the purpose, right, of him to quote teach these things? It's not about his death. It's not about his blood. And it's not about the suffering and the pain. And okay, get over that. Because all of that focus, Catholic Church is really bad about it, or at least they used to be. You must do penance. You must kill yourself and slap it. Okay. But here's the point of that. So, um, it's about our intent. So, are you working for the good side or are you working for the bad side? I made my choice a long time ago. There are still some folks who are like debating about it. And for them, I continue to pray because it's like, so you don't want to fully commit to the good side because to a lot of people now, and I've talked about this, and I mean no offense, but there are people who are like, but I got to commit to a church if I want to commit to the Christ. No, you really don't. If you want to accept Christ in your heart, it's what does it mean? Well, it means that love all mankind and to do good and to just pick the high points and put out in an outline. So do you believe in these core values? Yeah, there you go. Do you want to hurt people? No. Do you want to torture people? No. Do you want to see people go hungry or homeless? No. Then, okay, then you're on our side. There are some really simple questions that people can answer and that we're all working, quote, for the safe side. Okay. So, and it doesn't require any kind of worship, it doesn't require any kind of anything. But are you working for the good side or are you working for the bad side? Without any kind of religions or no, good side, bad side, yes or no? It's not a heavy duty question. Do you have any intent of working for the bad side? Well, you could change your mind. You could work for the bad side and change your mind to become not to the good side. I've had my bad side times in my lifetime. We should transcend the duality of good and evil. I have been fighting not to do a live. I have a lot to say. I'm neither on the good side nor the bad side. I have transcended both. Okay. If, and I don't mean this in disrespect. Okay, if that's what you feel. Um, I will say this, XW, for me in my shaman journey, as I had seen years ago as one of my dreams given to me, is that you say you're neither on the good or the bad. So that means, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it sounds ambiguous or just, okay. I have worked for the good side previously, and I know that in future lifetimes, I will still be working for these folks. I have no intentions of working for the other side. I have no intentions of just watching the play. The casual observer for me in this battle of good and evil is that I've made my choice. I've made my choice before. And in confirming this lifetime a couple of years ago as a warrior for Christ, that is my continuing promise to keep working for the angel side of things, and to do the best in whatever role, whatever lifetime, whatever universe I may end up in next. I'm still going to be working for the good guys. I I know it in my soul. Now, anybody else, that's your own personal decision, choice, or point of view, and I respect it. I honestly do, because we're all on our own journeys, and some of our journeys touch, and some of them go along, and are projections of the mind. Nah, sorry, because I've seen real angels and I've seen real demons, and it wasn't a projection. That's your opinion. It's okay. You've not experienced what I have, but it's my journey, not yours. And I hope you don't see the projections. Hmm. That's my point of this conversation, is that my journey ain't yours and yours ain't mine. But I respect yours and what you learn. But I can look back 15 years ago and think to myself, oh, holy crap. What I thought of then ain't nowhere near what I think now, because of my experiences and because of the learning the animal signs, if you will, and the accepting of my that I am a member of the 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 league of like-minded beings. I am a part of this universe at all times. I don't have to go to church. I don't have to do ceremonies. I am a part of this always, And, it depends on where you want to stretch morality. I mean, does killing and eating people, is that a moral thing on this planet, in this realm, in this, you know? There were places and times when cannibalism was accepted. So morality is you grow up, what your mores are in societies. And so morality is based on society, right? Not necessarily the planet. So morality, I wouldn't say is a human invention. I think it is not an invention, but it's a consequence of situations. Beings on another planet, like, I don't know, maybe they like to eat snot for breakfast. I don't know. But to the point, though, that what our morality is here, what people on other places, jungles, things, what their morality is totally different. So, what's moral for one person or one group, it may not anywhere be near what other people think, right? So, that's my thing on that. I'm with Hawkeye. I was born dead and brought to life. I see and talk to spirits and angels. Yep. I don't see them like Pearl does, but I can, my, I, I've called it a curse for years, but I have to accept it as a gift in that I'm, it's an empathy kind of thing. So when I pull cards for people and I say, okay, close your eyes for 30 seconds and raise your hands so my spirit guide can see you. Now that is my physical description of how I'm my mind is going to see your hand raised. Okay. So I can pick you out of a group. All right. That's my own personal way of explaining this. But because of other people, uh, I seem to have been more right than wrong with my choices of cards and what the message means for the people. Now, the reading the cards and being and relaying the message as Hawk, a messenger, in that. So here's what it is, but it's for you to decide whether or not it fits you. I'm just relaying the message, right? Just a messenger. But there. How do I reach other people? Do I see their spirit? Do I no? But there is an empathy thing in the universe that I gave up trying to figure out, because the more I tried to figure out how it worked, the worse it made it, and I just accept it now. So that's why I say accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Because I tried to, well, I wonder why this works like this, and sometimes you just have to shut up and just listen. I'm my guys, they tell me, shut up. is If the world is real, then why doesn't it exist during sleep? But it does. When we sleep, the world doesn't exist. My bladder and my dog would disagree with you. Sorry, I'm sleep deprived. No, if anything, I've had too much sleep. Oh, is it one month? Thank you, Steve. Oh my goodness gracious! 3 hours and 4 minutes. Is it the top of the hour? I missed the top of the hour. All right. Yeah. Hey, Deborah, you still there? When we're unconscious, the world goes away. No, it doesn't. I'm really sorry that you believe that. No, it doesn't. Your brain is still recording stuff. No, it doesn't. I'm sorry. But if you want to believe that, okie doke. But no, it doesn't. It's like for me, X, there have been times when, and growing up when I was a teenager, that I had no idea what astral projection was, especially in the mid 60s and early 60s when this occurred to me. And so then later on in my different experiments and things and stuff with different people over the years and proof that it existed and so forth. Anyway, so my own personal, and Ken, um, I know that sleeping and being awake and that kind of thing is that our unconscious mind is listening. I've done videos on this a while back, but our unconscious is listening all the time. Our spirit side is recording everything. If you think that when you're awake, it's not listening to conversations, and if you think you're asleep and it ain't, and it's not listening, then there are a lot of experiences I that may come your way that might change your opinion. That's how I'm gonna that's how I'm gonna leave it. Hey, Green Houdini. There have been so many different things, but in my going towards the shaman side of things, with talking with naturalists and medicine men and just elders, in general, both old people like my granny and other old people, black and white, down here in the South, and listening to the elders of the different tribes and Indian nations here in the Americas, and having talked with people from South America and so forth, and Mexico, and so it's not like I just talked to a couple of people and read a book. I've had a lot of folks that I've been able to sit down and broke bread with and talked about it, you know, and really got deep into these subjects without mincing words. I mean, like, if you're a medicine man, huh? Okay, let me ask you this. And, I didn't beat around the bush. Um, oh, I, I saw it and lit, but didn't say anything. So, cheers, everybody. So, but anyway, now, X, I mean this honestly with utmost respect because so many people are on so many different levels of their spiritual understanding. Okay. And if there are certain things that you have like accepted as truth, it's going to be hard for you to progress because you've already made up your mind. Okay. One of the things in the spiritual realm and especially in the shaman realm is you have to drop all this stuff. You have to drop what society says. You have to drop what preconceived and, oh, you got to be a Christian, or you got to read the Bible, or you have to drop it all and just listen. Because when you bring preconceived or previous, like for me, Catholicism into the mix, when you drag it in to the silence, it ain't silent because you drug a bunch of stuff in with you, right? So if you're honestly seeking spiritual guidance and you go into hibernation with Bear to listen to the great mystery, because all questions have answers. All the questions that have ever been asked, there are answers in the universe to. And for the answers that are there are still questions. If you think there are still questions to be asked, actually, they've probably already been asked, and we just have to listen for the answer. Now, if you've got a bunch of preconceived baggage that you take into hibernation with you, then you're not going to be able to hear the great mystery because you're hearing all the religions or the Bibles or the trainings or the moralities because you it clings to you like a magnet, like static cling. So, but to go into the great mystery, to it's sort of like a sweat lodge of sorts for the brain. And you go in there to cleanse yourself of whatever's clinging to you. Not that you have to disbelieve, okay? It's not like you have to give up a belief. You just can't drag it with you, okay? Which is like, what? So you have to be free enough of whatever encumbrances so that you can actually hear the answers. Because if you're too wrapped up in being a Catholic like I was, I'm everything has to go through the Catholic filter in the mystery. So I ask a question to the universe and it has to go through the Catholic filter before I can hear it. No. Eh. So got to leave Catholic, got to leave Christian, got to leave Buddhist, got to leave everything out of it because anything will interfere with the true answer. Now, your answer may be to go be a Catholic. It's up to you, but um if you're looking for those answers in the universe, if we take any of our preconceptions with it, then you can't hear. You literally are, everything has to go through this preconceived filter. And there are folks who are like, no, Dave, that's not true. Yeah, that's bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. Well, then, no offense, but then why are you answering me the way you are? Because if you understood what I'm talking about, you would not answer me that way, period, because you would understand what I mean. I'm not saying you have to give up any belief system or anything, but when you go into the mystery to listen, when you go into that hibernation to ask the important questions, you got to leave everything out and just listen to the universe. That's all, and there to learn to be that quiet, to be able to do that listening is what's really difficult because people want to bring it with them no matter what. Well, I have to think this way. This is the way that's one of your hangups. No offense, but you're bringing that with you because you have to insist on it every time. The Bible thing. Well, I have to keep Jesus and Jesus is my say. See, you ain't going to hear nothing because you can't stop saying it. I'm not saying you should not believe it. I'm saying you can't hear the answers if you keep repeating the same stuff over and over because you won't shut up. You have to be quiet, absolutely, honestly quiet. Doesn't mean you have to give up Jesus. It doesn't mean you have to give up your belief. Not the point. But to get the answers straight from the universe, you have to go in clean. So, in the sweat lodge of things, you cleanse yourself with the heat and the sage and the smoke and the steam. And what you're doing is you want to take all those things that attach you to this world and just allow yourself to hear the universe. You don't give up anything. You just allow yourself to be so totally quiet. So, but anyway, um, so I hope you get my point on this. And because there are those Catholic monks that I have talked to that have had these revelations in silent prayer and meditation, and they were Catholic monks, okay, that had nothing to do with the church, okay, and nothing to do with certain things Catholic, all right. but they were very profound spiritually, like Sister Aline taught me. I asked her, I said, she told me, don't become a priest, Dave. She said, Jesus was a Buddhist, go study Buddhism and that, okay, which I have. But in our other conversations, and she talked about the Vatican and things and stuff that I've talked about previously, but here's the bottom line in what's relative to this. I said, so why are you still a nun? Why? And she said, because I made my promise to God and not the church. So I have made my promise to be a continuing warrior for Christ and the Christ consciousness, but it has nothing to do with the church. It has nothing to do with religion, but it has everything to do with what I believe in my core. And I've been here before and I will stay this way. I'm not, they tried to sway me this time to go to the dark side, and I refused it. And I will continue to refuse it. So, but it ain't about the Bible. It ain't about religion. But I am a warrior for Christ. I'll stand up for it every time. But people don't get it when I say, but it don't have anything to do with the Bible or the church. But it has to. Okay. And I mean no disrespect to anyone who goes to church and reads the Bible and believes that it's okay. All right. But in my journey, in my shaman journey, I've learned that it's more than either of those or both of those or other things combined. But yet it is so simple. But we must be still, we must be quiet. And in the native traditions, then to hibernate with bear and to ask the questions to the great mystery. But if in your heart everything has to go through a filter instead of just hearing the answer, and I can tell you years ago when my spirit guide would literally knock me for a loop and you're going to listen to this. And I saw no legitimate, like, why? What is this? To later on go, oh, holy crap, that was really heavy duty, you know? Wow, for me and my understanding of the universe of things. But so many people want to quantify everything. Well, it must be this. Well, it has to do, well, there are no demons. Well, it must be the reptilians. It must be this. It must be that. It's got to be the queen. And what if I said it was all of the above and a few thrown in? What? Because there are certain filters that people have acquired. I've had them too, but they have told me to shut up. Well, but the queen's quiet. Don't think about it. Just go in there and ask the question. But the queen is shut up, Dave. Well, everything is it's the Masons, the number 33 and all the shut up, Dave. Everything is the shut up, Dave. You just got to go in there without any kind of, side stuff going on. And trust me, I've been down a crap load of rabbit holes and that I have not discussed. But in that though, um, to learn the true answers, you ask a question like, so what is it with these Masons? Without any kind of, if that's your question, so what is it with these dudes? And don't try to, well, the Catholics and the thing and the Pope and the Jesuit, nah, 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 nah. Just ask a simple question and leave. You got to leave everything else out. And they'll give you an answer. But here's the thing, you might look at the answer and go, nah, that no way. What? And then, it's your choice to accept or receive that answer and what it means to you or doesn't. And there have been quite a few times in my early on in learning this stuff, I'm still learning, that you just toss it over into the back corner of your brain. And um, the next thing uh, you're being affected by something you had no idea that was supposed to affect you. You know what I mean? So, and again, my my journey is not yours, and everybody will learn things at their own pace. Um, and there are times when um, I thought I understood something, and a year later, 2 years later, 10 years later, I get a whole new level understanding on the idea. I'm like, holy crap. So, one of the things that we have to learn early on for those folks who are really interested in learning the true spiritual life of the universe, not just of the planet or stuck in going to that golden gated place they call heaven. If that's where you want to reside for the rest of eternity, then you're not on my page, or I would say a lot of our pages, because it isn't about a gated community. It's about being free in the universe to be able to go and adventure on in different dimensions, in different realms, in different galaxies, and different reincarnations. Even if it means I'm going to come back here, which I kind of got the feeling I am because of previous dreams and things in the past. So I'm at my this point in my life when I look at my future dreams that I had back then, and I go, wow, I am oddly at this spot, that was kind of showed to me, didn't mean anything to anybody else. And there are things that didn't mean anything to me back then. I look at now and go, wow, that was a turning point back then, wasn't it? Oh boy, all of that was important. And the choices that I made or didn't make has made this easier, harder, tougher, you know. But the end result is um, I've had to learn to be alone. I've had to learn to be a true hermit. I have had to learn to get by on a lot simpler methods of living without other things and stuff. And I really can't think of anything I'd like to have right now except to have my truck fixed, but I'm still working on it. I got my wish today and got all the firewood cut and under a tarp. So, you take the good with the bad, right? So, but with this understanding, so the future dreams. So if you're wondering about, there are people who's like, well, you can create your own future. Okay, but sometimes your future ain't meant for your dreams. And I mean this with all honesty. There are some people who dream this stuff up, and that, well, I'm going to manifest it. Maybe you ain't supposed to have it. Maybe you're not supposed to have it now. Maybe for whatever reason, your destiny or the circumstances of your life, it this ain't it right this moment. So for my own life, I say that is so true. I want this to happen now. Did I had to wait 10 years? Well, I would really like for this to happen. It took 15. I'd really wish that, it took 30 years. I wish blah, blah, blah. And now it's been 40 years I've been here on the property. So there are these times in my life at 69 and almost a half. I got to keep that joke going. But that my awareness is also just increased over times. But there were times when I thought I had it. I thought I got it. I thought, yes, I'm a part of the universe. Yes, I know all these things exist. But I was still going to the great mystery, asking simple questions to the universe, or so I thought. And I had too much baggage to hear the answer correctly. So, our interpretation of the answer, if you're asking questions to the universe about future events, about, effects and whatever, um, is that you have to make your questions simple. First off, you say, well, I I've, I've always wanted to run a hot dog stand. Okay, but should I? But just because you want to run a hot dog stand now, I've got a trailer out there, a joint trailer that's got a popcorn machine and a cotton candy machine because I wanted to retire as an old carny doing popcorn and cotton candy and drinks and whatever. And that just took a nosedive. That ain't possible no more. But I've got thousands of dollars invested in that equipment out there. It's just sitting out there, trailer, awnings, and all, uh, just sitting out there. So, was that a good idea? Well, at the time, it seemed like a good idea. We had spent, my brother and I had spent years on a carnival. We knew how to do this really well, but it was not right to do. So, that dream just, the dream's still sitting out there. I've made cotton candy for people and stuff, but to the point though, did that dream come true? No. Was it a good idea? Well, it seemed like it. It was something we both knew. We knew how we could do it, and we, years of experience between us. If we could have made anything work, it didn't work. It didn't work for anybody. Carnivals quit. Carnivals liquidated. The carny business of carnivals coming into small towns died out. That don't happen anymore. A lot of stuff that just went by the wayside. And I lost several $1,000s of equipment and so forth that just couldn't turn out right. Was it anybody's fault? No, but the economy and the situation changed. And no matter how we tried to adapt to it, adapting to it was so hard to try to keep up. And our resources were so limited that it failed. But a lot of other people failed too. It wasn't just us, right? So I can feel comfortable in that it wasn't me. You know what I mean? It wasn't because we didn't have talent or the equipment. That wasn't true. But the future events of us having this little carny joint and being able to go around and make some money and not, we won't become rich, but we can survive. And we'll be doing something we've learned that we'd like to do and meeting people, all that. Didn't happen. So, after spending several $1,000s on the equipment and the trailer, we built the trailer from scratch. And I got to say, it's still holding up well after all these years. But, is the opportunity to go take it somewhere and set up and do cotton candy? No, no. Other things that were in my future of how this could be, no. If somebody said, you want to sell your cotton candy machine? I'd go, nope. And they'd look at me and go, why? When's the last time you used it? A couple of years ago. Why don't you want to sell it? Because I don't know. Something might come up where I might want to make cotton candy for a bunch of people. Who knows? Just saying. Right now, it's paid for. It's not hurting anybody. And no, I'm not in a position where I need to sell it or anything like that. But are you going to sell your popcorn? I got a huge popcorn popper. Okay, I mean it's like the big ones when you go to the theater, the great big ones. That's that big. Am I going to sell it? No. Why? Because there are times now. I used to get it out all the time and make popcorn for myself, but having lost most of my teeth, popcorn is not high on my list of things that I can chew. And I used to make kettle corn and and all that kind of stuff. So, but am I going to get rid of my? I tried Mardi Gras in Albany, Georgia. I can't make it all the way out there now because my equipment and stuff. But to the point, I hire you the next shebang I throw. Oh, if I could get there. Well, see, that was one of the things I used to do. I would do. Um, I used to do family reunions and stuff, right? And there was one we did down in around Lake City, Florida, and a bunch of lovely people down there, and black family, farm stuff. We're the only white people there. But we took the trailer down, cotton candy, popcorn, and puppets. So the deal was you hire me for X amount of money and mileage, which was very adequate. They fed us, they sent us home with pies and cakes and stuff, and a wonderful day and hanging out with these folks. But so we would do cotton candy and popcorn and then a puppet show. And, a certain amount of, like one of the things is like, well, if you're just going to take some popcorn and then go throw it out or dump that out or something, this isn't a constant thing. But in an hour, if you want some more popcorn, come by, right? Or in 2 hours, come by. We'll make some more cotton candy or something. So, but still, they had it, and it was still part of the price. It was still free to the kids or whoever, right? But yeah, I used to travel around with it. But see, even that just took a nosedive. And but anyway, so I tried and was mildly successful, but it's gotten to the point where I'm too old. I cannot do this by myself. Finding someone to help me and so forth. That just ain't happening. Not up to this point. Doesn't mean it won't. That's why I won't sell it. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, yeah, things would turn around. I would absolutely like hook it up and go do popcorn and cotton candy someplace and hey, for whatever, just because I miss doing it. But anyway, I'm doing it 20. Join me or not. One of the things that I had to accept when I accepted this job, the duties, was I mean no offense to anybody and their beliefs, because I had some screwed up beliefs. And see, there are people who are going to say, is he saying that I'm screwed up? See, I don't mean that's not necessarily what I mean, but maybe, but I don't mean it to sound like that, honestly. But I was warned way back when that this was going to upset a bunch of people because I'm leaving out the Bible and I'm leaving out religion. And there are so many people that just cannot accept that spiritualism can exist with all these other trappings. That it could be as simple as it can be as simple as just believing. Believe, 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 believe. Without any fuss or muss. If you can abide by the law of one, of do no harm to anything for any now self-defense different, right? But if you're defending yourself, then harming somebody might be okay. We don't like to accept it, but if somebody's trying to kill you and there's no reason, then for God's sakes defend yourself. But there are those true pacifists in the universe that it's like, nope. There are, some of the Buddhist monks that were just massacred because they refused to fight. And then there were some Shansu, somebody, Chinese, Japanese, something monks, and they're trained to fight, right? But to defend and not to attack, right? And so there are many different levels of the shaman idea. And so, again, for those who came in later, whatever, or didn't hear me before, the animated series on Netflix called The Shaman Wars or something like that, Shaman King Wars. Anyway, uh, it it's very enlightening the things they talk about shamanism. They were dead nuts on several issues, several topics. I'm probably going to watch the series again and take notes because it was like, that was really well put. and I've talked about this before. And so here, even though it's an animated series, the people who talk about the shamanism and the different types and different levels, and I was like, oh, holy crap, they were right on the money. I mean, like, whoa, really good. Okay. And the storylines are too. So, but because I like a good story. But the fact that they discussed shamanism and understanding and spiritualism and motivation behind it and all this other kind of stuff, I was like, right on. So, whoever's watching this, well, it's just a story, but they learn a lot about whether or not you want to be a shaman, but whether or not spiritualism and reflections on self. And like, so all these shaman folks are, there can only be one. So, they're going to have battles and kill each other and all this. Okay. But in that of the discussion of why they want to do it and what's their motivation and why it, I mean, but the discussion of the type of shaman that they are and whatever that special supernatural kind of thing, whether it's working with water or fire or one of the elements anyway. So with that though, there are some people who are better around air. You know, I'm a water dragon in the Chinese calendar thingy. So, but that fits me, right? I was born in 52. That's the year of the dragon and also the water dragon, but being around water, living on a river, I mean, that fits, without having to stretch it very far. And some of the things that, is dragon, that kind of fits me. So, um, but am I predestined to be that way? No, because there are a lot of times where I just didn't give water or rivers a second thought. There were other times for this or that. So it's life experience. It's the jobs I had and things you do that maybe you might not be able to go floating or fishing or camping or whatever. But at the time, you have to do what you got to do. Then later on, the things you thought you never get to do again, all of a sudden you're doing them. Most of my childhood dreams were of my future life as I experienced deja vu weekly. Yeah, I have walked that through some of those. Interesting. I used that phrase, Pearl. I don't know if you caught it. Yeah, Pearl. I walked through a few of those and I stopped and I thought, wait a minute. There are some things recently for me that like I'm outside and I've been working around the house and and I've been here 40 years. There have been times where I have walked a certain distance and I'll stop and turn around and go, it's almost like I walked through something or something. I just turn around and go, well, that was weird. And it doesn't feel like a presence or it could be now. All right. Um, but it doesn't feel like a presence or something. I walked a little bit and there'd be like this feeling, and I'll just stop and turn around. And like today, I was walking across the yard and I just stopped and turned around and looked at the house, and there was Duggar sitting by the door. And I was like, now, why did I stop to turn around? What? But it was one of them, moments. And I still don't know. But and I for some reason in my answer to you, which without thinking right off the top of my head, I said I seem to have stepped through. Wait a minute, stepped through some deja vu moments. So anyway, that's interesting. Caught that as I was saying it. Don't know what it means. Okay, but so for our future events, and we're coming up on 4 a.m. I've been at this for almost 4 hours again. It had been a very interesting ride. Sometimes not so fun, Greeny, but it has been damn sure an interesting ride. Now I gotta say that in looking back on things, there were times when, I caused some of my, you know, a lot of my own pain. I was my own worst enemy. And one of the things that there are people who are trying to learn for themselves, and it's good because you got to learn it on your own. I have these discussions to try to, you know, I'm my reason for being here is to hit your little brain cells to get you to think, right? And in a way, that's what Dante does. But I'm not using. I don't have what he has. But my purpose is to get y'all to think, right? Whether I'm right or wrong doesn't matter. It what matters is that you're thinking. And I have posed something that will make you got to ask the question, right? Because there's something you go, wait a minute, there's something in there, you know, for whatever reason, whether you agree with me or not, or agree with the theory or something like that, that part doesn't matter. It's that what matters is that you're thinking, you're making the choice, you're opening up your own spiritualness to make your decision. Okay. Now, for those of us who have experienced many of these things that I have been discussing over the years that I've been talking about this, when you've experienced these things and you get it the way those of us who have experienced these things do, and it's not that, that we're better than you, but if you've never put your hand in a fire and never burnt it and had a big blister like I had on my thumb back when I was growing up, if you've never had that, then, eh, you know, oh, I burned my little finger. Okay, but did you really ever get burnt? I mean, burnt, no. Well, then you don't know the pain that those of us who have really gotten burnt. And I don't mean that to be like, we're better than you, but we've had an experience you haven't. And I don't wish it upon you. That's not my point. Or that you should burn yourself to know what I know. Ain't my point at all. But there are probably things that you've experienced that I've not. And that's okay too, because we each have our own journeys in this. Some of us, we have like things that come by, and it's 3:57 a.m. Gonna wait till 4:20, okay? But and my pipe, I'm cleaning my pipe out because it was just nasty. Yuck. But so in this idea of future events, so there are folks who are looking at future events with eyes from the past. So if you want to look at future events, you got to wipe that chalkboard clear. You literally have to wipe the chalkboard clear. Because if you go into the dream time, if you go in to listen and ask for the questions, however simple or complicated they are, if you take too much stuff in with you, you're not going to hear the answer. You may not, you might see the answer, but because of your beliefs, your religion, however, whatever it is that you take with you, you're going to go, wait, that can't be it. And you're going to look for something else. And so the answer might be right in front of you, but your filters won't let you see it. Like some of these porn restriction things, they won't let you look at classical paintings because they're nudes. And I'm like, are you serious? You can't look at a Raphael, or you can't, oh, it's got a naked cherub in the picture. Would you stop it? But to the point, some of these same kids who can't look at classical pictures or paintings of naked women's or statues or whatever are watching anime porn. So, okay, it don't make sense. I feel so blessed that I caught everything on video. Yeah, that is true. Like water, huh? I don't have a basement, but my backyard right now's got water in it because it's still raining. So, What about future events? It's 4 a.m. in the morning time here. It's January the 16th, 2022. You're riding around with Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends. It is 4 a.m. in the morning time here on the East Coast. And we welcome anybody that comes in this late in the show after 3 hours and 45 minutes. I am getting tired, and as long as I'm on and stuff, I really hate to like beat a dead horse. But there are so many things that, even with my discussion about this, that people will come up with a preconceived, well, wait a minute, I can't listen to you because your words don't fit through my filter. Okay, I get it. I understand it. I really do. But there are folks who will listen and go, well, wait, he's picking on me. He's picking on churches. He's picking it. Well, in a way, I am. Why? Because if you open up, you'll understand it's not necessary. Can you still go to church? Sure. Can you still read the Bible? Absolutely. But you're going to find that, wait a minute, I use the church as a crutch. I use the Bible as a crutch myself. I have used other thing as a crutch to give me faith of my faith. What? I had to read the Bible to give me faith, to believe that I had faith. Wait a minute. Ain't that a convoluted thing? Um, you know what, Delaney? When you speak of that other dimension, in having a chat with my next door neighbor, right? I've talked about the the portal thing in my woods before, but it was interesting just for me to sit down and look in his eyes and see his reaction and what he described to me and what we agreed upon simply by looking at each other. Our eyes met, and it was like he understood, and I understood that he understood, and he understood that I understood, just simply by looking. And it was a good feeling, but it was an odd feeling. Why was it odd? Because we're talking about this quote imaginary portal down on our property line, which is like, what? And not having, well, we've only known each other for a couple of months in this life. I would say that I think I've met Ricky before, or we've crossed paths in another life or something. That it just doesn't feel like this is the first time we've met. But and the fact that we're both on this property now is there's a lot of strange, and the both and that both of us have seen, witnessed, or whatever this portal on the prop of the on our basic property line. So for me, I realized years ago. Now I have not talked to him about this, okay, but he at least has witnessed it and understands it in that it's to another dimension, that ain't. Now here's something that is a serious question, and I can ask this to you, Delaney, and to all y'all other folks too, but that portal, for lack of any better explanation, is obviously to another dimension. I mean, like, what? Uh, like, what is that you see? I don't know. It looks like it to us. And I asked him. I said it was kind of sort of roundish, right? Yeah, and it was sort of over. Yep, and it was sort of like the yep. And for me, it was very much resembled the. Oh man, I can't think of it. The Stargate. Okay, and I had seen and witnessed this before I ever saw Stargate, the movie or the series. So I bought this property back in 82, okay? 1982, yes. And so all them years ago in like the later 80s, and early 90s. But that was when I first witnessed this, okay, and with other people. And the trees had been cut down, and the place was almost clear cut, and it looked like a war zone in my backyard, and it was horrible. But the fact that seeing it and witnessing it, um, what was my question? Oh, Pearl. My question is it feels like another dimension, uh, but there are folks who would say that it's supernatural, that it's not natural, that somehow that Now, my question is that to me, in a this quote 3D natural world, it's unnatural, but because it exists on its own without any intervention from either me or my neighbor, that it still exists. It's still there. It existed before we came here this time for me this time around, and it's going to exist after I'm gone. I might end up going through that portal when it's all said and done. But so is it unnatural to show you the portal that was a portal that was built recently? Okay. Well, see, my question in over the years, I say there's this weird unnatural thing down in the woods, but now I stop and say, wait a minute, is it supernatural? Well, now to say supernatural, it's above the nature of things. Well, it's only above the nature of things and what we perceive in a 3D reality. But if it's been there before, it always been there, somebody other than me and my friends have seen it, my neighbor has witnessed it. So it's like obviously there, you know, and we're not like seeking out spiritual things. We're not ghost hunting. We have, but we have witnessed it. So, is it supernatural? Yes, it's above the normal nature of things, but is it super or weird if it has existed for a long time and it was already here? We just happened to be renting the place at the time as far as owning it, we're just renting it, we're leasing the joint. But so for to me, it's obviously been here before I got here. And it has been here all these years because we have both witnessed it, seen it at different times. And so him more present for me because he hasn't owned the property 40 years like I have. So, but my point, but the big rock at Monterey Park is a natural portal. Okay, I don't know where that is, but I understand. So there are things that are constructed as portals, and then there are things that, as I'm learning and continuing to understand, there are these natural portals that just simply exist. Now I've noticed this. Not every time do I go to the woods is it like working. Now maybe I can't perceive it, but all the feelings, daytime, nighttime, there are times in daytime that I was in the woods and I could perceive it. We got 11 minutes. So, Pearl, I hadn't thought of this. I have not taken any pictures of it down there, especially at night. And I need to clear a trail. Uh, there's a couple of trees that are down over my path. I mean, big trees that I can't get over. But now that I got my 16-inch chainsaw and my 14 inches running, oh man, that new chain, holy mackerel. Eat up some trees today. But I want to go down there and clear the path so I can get down to the clearing easier without tripping and falling and everything. It can really be a mess down there. So, but to be able to go down there with the camera and me and Duggar go down and build a little fire and spend a little time down there. Right now it'll be flooded in the morning, but anyway, but I have not tried to take any pictures down there, curiously enough. So as I'm sitting here thinking about it, um, you know, I need to make a trail to get back down there because I want to get to that section of the woods. And one of my future goals and one of my future wishes and hopes is to be able to fix one of my old riding lawnmowers good enough to where I can use it as a bush hog and clear some of my trails back out. But I would like to see if I could videotape or at least take pictures of any orbs or anything that's down there. And the other thing would be to like try it at a new moon, for example, or try it at a half moon or a full moon. You know what I mean? Different times of moon phases, which could affect and probably do in some ways energetically whether or not, like, is it a full moon that would be more natural for this portal to be more active, for example, not necessarily open, but just be more active? Or is it a new moon with no moon, that this area would be more active? It's 3 a.m. there. It's 4:12 here in Southwest Georgia. It's swamp billy time down here in the swamp, y'all. And with all this rain we've had, well, it's been raining for at least the last 4 hours. Actually, before that. So it's going to be interesting how much I got two rain gauges out here on the corner. It'll be interesting to see how much rain we've actually gotten. And the river has been up higher. Um, it's weird. I've been watching the National um, hydrological thingy on the USGS site, right? And the two bridges near here, and I'm always watching. You can see how much rainfall, and then you can see whether or not the river goes up or down, how much discharge that goes through the area. I mean, all that, right? And so the last time the river came up, it was only like an inch and a half of rain, but it came up like 6 foot. I was like, what? An inch and a half of rain normally produces about 2 feet, an inch, a foot, 2 foot, inch and a half, maybe three, over 6, 7 foot. I was like, what? It put it over the red line and we're back down. But so the interesting thing is though that more water showed up in the river than what has been recorded in my rain gauge and the local gauges. Like, so where'd all this water? It's like there's extra water that showed up. It for me, it's really weird. After all these years of watching the signs and the water level, and locally, my backyard, the river, whatever this event was here recently, a lot more water fell than what the gauges say. The creeks and driving into town when my truck still ran a week ago, uh, all of the creeks were like way swelled up. I mean, way swelled up, right? And like, but it was only an inch and a half of rain in these gauges around here. So the gauges weren't wrong because I checked mine and they matched. But the amount of water that actually fell is more than any of the gauges registered. So I just thought that was odd. And, but it's by constant observation that I've noticed these things. And Pearl, some of you I haven't done an earth wobble in a while because things seem to have been kind of like stable. I mean, Orion's in the right spot at night when I can see it. Pleiades has been in the right position, more or less, and in relation to Orion. But now the other night, I was outside watching the moon rise, and it was in the right spot over here, coming up in the east, a little to the southeast, but in the east, coming up overhead and everything, nice and bright, not a problem. Next day, it moved over just a little bit, but was basically in the same spot. Last night, I went out to find where the moon was. I had to go out in the yard and look because it was to almost to the northeast, not east, but northeast. I was like, wait a minute. So it jumped from normal over here, could see it out my windows, to when the moon was up last night. I had to go outside to find the moon that was over the house. That is like it had jumped 15 or 20 degrees in one day. Okay. So, how does this affect the planet? All right. I know I'm kind of off the subject of dreams and futures, but maybe not so, because we're all affected. The earth, the tides and waters, and the water in us, and lunar events and things. So, if the moon is like being okay here, and it's out the window and everything's copacetic, and then all of a sudden, within 24 hours, the moon is now literally from this angle in the sky over here to straight overhead. Now, calculate what that angle might be. It's not 10 degrees, 15, maybe closer to 20, maybe even 25 degrees. Change and wobble in 24 hours. What's that doing to the planet? I mean, it should be there, and now it's up here in one day. What? That's a lot of wobble. It's been kind of gradual, 5, maybe 10 degrees in a day, but the moon's been doing really well in the sky because I ain't meant it's been like humming along good. Last night, I went outside and I was like freaking normal. It's coming up over through the bay windows again. No, 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 no. Especially compared to last night, the night before when it was where it was supposed to be. So there are a lot of other changes in our future, and some of our current future is being affected by things like the moon slinging around out there in the universe, right? 116, it's 418 currently here in Southwest Georgia. It's a Sunday morning. It's been raining here for the last 5.5 hours or so. We didn't really need rain, but we will always accept it. Um, and we're supposed to get a cold snap when this rain comes through, as a lot of folks, up in the Midwest and so forth, have got snow and 23 degrees. But see, that's a choice I made years ago. And, people bitch, where you're down there in the South where it's hot in the summertime. Yeah, but it ain't 23 degrees. Now, it used to get to 23 degrees in January, and it probably still will, but it hasn't happened recently. But it was very frequent for many years when I first moved here, like to froze to death. It'd get to 19, 13, 22, and pipes are freezing, would stay frozen for, 2 or 3 days. And it was like, it was really rough. Haven't had that. And I ain't wishing it on me, but that kind of weather ain't happened in a while. So, is it never going to be that cold again here? I don't count on it. That's why I keep cutting firewood because it's gonna get cold, or it could. Cheers, everybody. With my peace pipe, I honestly continue to pray for peace and harmony wherever it may come. So how you doing, Mary and Greenie Houdini? You keep up the good work, Pearl. So there, for me, the discussion about natural portals and things reminds me of my trip when I was up in Ohio, not this last time, but a couple of years ago. And I took those, I think it's still on my Facebook page, where I took pictures of all the, hey, SD, how you doing? Um, you too, Steve. I'm not going to be here much longer because I'm ran out of something to drink and I got cotton mouth, and it's 4:20 in the morning. God bless y'all. So I know that there are things that was warned about in as far as my future, that there were going to be things that I talked about that were just going to piss people off. And I honestly don't mean to piss anybody off. But if you're on a spiritual journey and something that I say upsets you greatly, then, and I mean this with kindness, that may be an area, whether you choose to discover it or not, but that may be an area that's blocking you from those answers that you seek. But as the native folks believe, and I believe it too, whether you believe that it's the bear energy of going into hibernation to hear the great mystery or not, the great mystery still exists, whether you believe it's attached to the bear energy or not, you see. So, well, I don't know if I can believe that bear stuff. Okay, but can you believe in the great mystery? Can you understand it? It's the mystery of everything, and but there are answers for everything there. Well, I don't know. That seems far fetched. Oh, okay. But it's just the consciousness of the galaxy, of the universe. It's, to some folks, would be the Akashic record. But my Akashic record and your Akashic record ain't the same. So these people that are trying to sell this scam about, the Emerald Tablets is gonna explain your Akashic record or something. No, it ain't, because that might not be have anything to do with you personally, or your journey, or your destination, or none of it. It might be absolutely somebody else's. So the fact that they're trying to sell it, that it affects all of us, that it's yours and mine, and yeah, there's lessons for you and me that correspond to us, but is it ours? No, not necessarily. So there are folks that are trying to put certain things out there as like this is the gospel. Think about it. This is the gospel. This is how it is. And I would say that this is what it means for the great mystery. There are people who will debate it, argue it, put spins on it, but I'm here to tell you that for it's explained in different religions, okay? The great mystery does exist. That quantum field in the universe, it does exist. The fact that many of us has been able to share our feelings or thoughts or whatever, we know that it exists. We have our own personal proof that it exists. And we can go around and try to explain it to other people, but like portal on Facebook. There you go, Delaney. Um, but for those folks who are like, say, I knew you were going to be like Pearl. She she was the second person on, and I've been waiting on you. So there are those connections with people and things and stuff. I can't explain it, but I absolutely know that they exist. And so to fight it or to try to, uh, discredit it or discard it is not possible. Well, then, but there are people who are very, you know, religious, spiritual people through their religion. And they don't try to, they just understand that their belief with guidance through the Bible, their belief, they're solid in their faith. Okay. And they they may not, because I've known these people and they may not say this. Like, for example, Sister Helene, she didn't say, that Jesus is going to save me. She goes, no, the acts of Christ will save us all. So the acts being good and being humane and, the law of one, if you follow that basic rule, it's good for everybody, and not just because it's going to make us saintly, it's because it's just good policy, right? And that there are many alien races out there who follow this basic rule, right? Now, uh, David, oh, why can't I ever remember his last name? Not David Icke, the other David. He has talked about, the law of one for a long time. And there was a period of time I used to listen to David all the time. Okay. And somebody throw his last name out there. But um, he moved to Gaia TV or something anyway. It's been a little weird since then, but his basic understanding of KC, his basic understanding of these certain things like the law of one are very valid. Okay. And whether he's right about anything else or aliens, it doesn't matter. But there are certain key things that he does discuss that are very relative to all of us, whether you believe in aliens or not. But like I've stated before, and I had a conversation with somebody earlier about this, I said, they're like, Jesus is going to come in on a cloud and save us. And I said, what if he's already here and he came in a spaceship that was surrounded by clouds as, you know, uh, no, that can't happen. No, not that, no, Jesus is going to come in on a cloud. All right. But what if there's a spaceship in the cloud? So what if he's standing on the deck of the Enterprise that's covered in clouds? But he's here. There's the cloud, but he's standing on something else. That's a no-go for you? No, that can't happen. Okay, but you're willing to believe that he can just stand on air. Yeah, well, he's Jesus. He's the Christ. He's the Son of God. Okay. But here's the thing, if you understand that simple rule that says we are all the same in the eyes of the Creator, then I'm a God, he's a God, you're a God, we are a God. But in that sense, none of us have the right to create something without asking, or, is it going to destroy something? I mean, does it defy the law of one? So there are people who want to create these new worlds and all this new stuff. And it's like, um, it's all light and fuzzy. Yeah. You're, yeah. Then how come you want to take control? I would more or less like, I would refer to this as, I would rather be an influence, okay, to, like, y'all, scratch your head and what the hell's he talking about? And you wake up tomorrow and go, some bitch, Hawkeye talked about this the other day, and damn, I can't get it out of my head. Um, but it makes you think. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here. To teach, possibly, but only those folks who have a will to listen and will to just, whether I'm right or not, just to listen and allow their own brains to cogitate on it to find your answer to whatever it is you're looking for. or your understanding. Now, about the time I think that I ain't going to get something new anymore, my realization 4 hours ago, and I will repeat this for those folks who are here late or early. Esther, I think I said hi. Um, is that I've realized that my dream, my vision of why I bought the property and why I'm here, and because I wanted, my family to come and stay with me and use it as an island of refuge and everything. And that ain't how it turned out. And after 40 years, that ain't how it's turned out. Now, this is not in any offense to my family members, okay? My point is, it was my dream. It was my vision of what I thought the future should be. But I did not, at the time, understand they all have their own visions. They all have their own path. And simply because this is what I wished for them doesn't mean they necessarily want it. Well, here, honey, I baked a cake. Well, what kind is it? Well, it's got garlic and salmon in it. What? Yeah, I made a cake. It's salmon cakes. They're made out of garlic and salmon. You want some? Wait, I thought you were good. And I added chocolate sauce. You what? With a little peanut butter on the side. Oh, holy crap. It's delicious. No, sorry. You know, eh. So in this lesson that I'm still learning, but when I realized that I was projecting the fact that my dream didn't turn out the way I wanted it, that it was their fault. And brutality says, whoops. Reality says, whoops. I have projected this dream and vision of mine of future events upon them. And they might not even understand where I'm coming from, right? So um, it's my dream, it's not their future. And I can't drag them into it unless they want to. And but that goes for anybody. So your dream of how you want your kids to grow up and how you think this is going to work out. And there are times when that shit just don't happen, right? It is totally different. So there are people who said, well, if I move here, I'm going to feel different. They move to wherever they think they're going to move to. And it's absolutely as bad or worse than where they left. Then there are times when people make a move and it's good for them and they flourish and everything works out. And there are times like when I tried to move to Arkansas twice, it did not work out. Had to come back here. So for whatever reason, here I am, right? And maybe it's because me and my neighbor are protectors somehow of the portal on our property line. Now that's a far stretch, but in my knowing I was going to be a hermit, live on the creek and so forth, and then to be here. Now, why would I know that? And what, as a child at 4, why would I know this ahead of time? And here I am. And then me and my neighbor agree there's a portal. I mean, what are the odds of that? What did he do? I will have to ask him some questions later on. But so my next question would be to him, you know, did you how did you find the property? How did you feel? Like for me, I was drawn here. What did he go through any kind of similar experience? Was he drawn to that his spot over there? Just just out of curiosity and what that might have felt from his point of view. But how I got here and my feeling and how I was drawn here and how a house had to burn down So I would, couldn't live over there. I could move down here. I mean, that's weird, but that's the events. If the house hadn't burned down, I'd still be over there in Bartlett. I wouldn't be here. But to that same point, though, events and things, and how did he find that place, and what led him to that? Just curious. He has somehow been drawn to it because he likes it there. Him and his wife both. Dear Miss Sheila, and if you're listening in, I love you, both of you. And I told them to their face and gave them hugs. And I said, I love you both. I'm glad to be your neighbor. And I'm glad we know each other. So, and I know she gets up about this time. Of course, it's raining outside, but she might still be up at a bit awake and lurking in the background. Sneaky, sneaky. But that's okay. You ain't got to say anything if she is watching in the background. But it's my point is that there are people who have these connections that maybe over time I'm here, he's here. Were we supposed to both be here at this time? I hadn't discussed that with him, but I feel like I'm here for whatever reason at this time. I mean, here on this spot here. I don't mean just on the planet, but here. Are we guardians somehow? I have often wondered that years ago. I tried to not. There was a time when I brooded over the portal. Okay, I mean, it bothered me. It was there. Oh my God, other people have seen it, but and in a way, it was kind of sort of freaking me out. And Trump, that was 20 years ago, and I've been here for 40 years ago. Hey, Michelle, how are you? You're an urban hermit, 1 block from the Rock River at the crossroads, down the street from where Lincoln left his boots. So, but meeting people, crossing paths with other spirit entities, and I mean people that you have known, and their energy and their spirit, and you spoke to them, talked to them, and there have been times. Well, I've talked about this before, but at the powwow over there with the Southern Cherokee, I can never remember the name of the town, but it's right on the Florida border over there near Swanee, and on the other side of Waycross over there. But anyway, so um, I did a video on it. I found this staff, a walking stick, through a dream I had the night before. Went out the next day, found it. There were these events around the walking stick and the story that was told to me, and I still have the walking stick. And it's made out of pine, which is interesting because a lot of times pine doesn't make very good walking sticks. So, but this one's still strong, still sturdy. But as I had it and was walking down towards the circle, I saw this fellow who I realized looked a lot like me with a walking stick, a staff, and the way he was walking and his long hair and the thing. And as our eyes met, which was just like we magnetized, we looked at each other, both of us smiled. There was a look on his face and a recognition that I saw in his face that he saw my face and the recognition. It was this instant bonding, and all we did was walk by each other. So, all the people and all the things and all the events that I've had, there are those 10-second events that just I are so clear, are so important. I still don't know why. I think the why is very simple, to prove that after 5 years of that one tiny little incident, that I still remember it, that it's still vivid in my mind, that it still has the same importance that it did then. And if anything, more, because after and it could be 6 years now, but to my point, that after this time, that just passing glance with another spirit, his spirit on his journey, we were at the same place, experiencing the surroundings and the spot in our own way. And that, um, but we knew each other as spirits. And now it's happened with other people over the years, but that's been basically the most recent. But there have been other people that I've met like that. And I reminded my daughter tonight on the phone, I said, "You remember that little old Indian lady that sat between us on our way, after Tullahoma powwow years ago?" "Well, yeah, Pops, I do." She goes, I forgot about her. And I said, she was in her 90s. She was the chain smoker. And yeah, I remember that. She goes, she was a trippy old lady. And I was like, yeah. I said, I she's one of those people that we had about a day. I met her there, and they were taking the bus together, and we were all at the same powwow, and it was colder than snot. And anyway, so they missed the connection in Tullahoma, drove to Murfreesboro and missed that one. Had to drive them all the way to Nashville to catch their connection. Almost ran out of gas. It did the whole experience. But here's this 92-year-old, honest to God, full bleed Indian, chain smoking, Pall Mall filterless. But after all these years, I still remember her and the impact her spirit and that she had, right? So there are other people I've met, and hi, how are you? And they were all nice and something. But then there are the people whose spirit touched you when you met them, that after all this time, you still remember them, but it was because of the spirit that they had, right? Like my story that I haven't heard anything recently, but the story that goes back to 1999 when Pops died. So it's been 22 years easy. But my story about Doc down there, the flute player in Tampa, and how I gave him a crystal. And, he played flute for my father, and who was in intensive care. And then the story he told to other flute players about the guy from Georgia that brought him a crystal. And that I've talked to other flute makers and people over the years, and they know the story about me and Doc and the flute and the crystal, and that chance meeting of people, and how our story has has gone between all these different people within the powwow circuit and flutes and stuff. I mean, the fact that, and that was the same weekend that I met the guy, our passing spirits, right? So our futures, do we know what's in our futures? Having met Doc all them years ago at Tampa General, to have had this little bit of a story continue after all these years is mind blowing. Would I have thought that the future of me giving this crystal with love and affection to this man who went and played the flute to the people in the hospitals? I was like, of course I have to get him a crystal, right? And but that the story in the crystal and the effect that it had, it was just a gift from me, but it changed him, and the story goes on. So, did I know at that time? I knew at the time that it was very special for when I come back from Tampa. I mean, I've been driving 6 hours, right? And I get home, is 1 in the morning or something. I got to go to work in a couple hours. And I've been gone for the weekend, a lot of driving, in the hospital, all this stuff, right? I can't go to sleep until I find this crystal. And then for the next week, I carried it with me. I saged it, and then I took it to him. And when I got to the hospital, literally walked in the back door kind of thing and bumped into him coming out of the elevator as I was going upstairs. and said, "Oh, dude, you're the guy I'm looking for," and presented him with this crystal. And the story goes on from there. But when I gave him the crystal, it was a gift to him because of the goodness and so forth. I never dreamed that that story would still, in some way, still be going. It's still going on because I'm still telling it. But the fact that other people have told me the story is what really has freaked me out. So you never know what simple acts that you do, what its future might be when you're not even thinking about it. It was just a gift of a crystal to a good person who was doing good things for sick people, honestly. And, but that story and the people and all the folks that knew the story, oh my God. So it is the story of the crystal itself prompted the story in a way, but then the story, you know what I mean? So the crystal is still involved, even though I'm not involved with it. The Doc may still have it, but to the point though, none of the other people have ever seen the crystal, but we have discussed the crystal. So the power of the crystal, has started this story. Is it my question to the universe would be it's our story, right? I gave him the crystal. He took it, has kept it. So it's our story. But now it's part of the crystal's story, you know? So is the crystal still feeding the energy of the story, regardless of where it is? You know what I mean? Because the story is surrounded around the energy of that crystal. Because I asked, I got a bunch of crystals in my house, and I went around literally asking, which one of you want to go? I've got a friend of mine down in Tampa. I'm talking to the house and all the crystals, right? And I'll go up the stairs and there's crystals in the window, up at the top and over here. I literally walked all around the house to all the places and I got crystals in all the windows all around the place. So I'm going around literally asking them out loud. I got this friend, and who wants to go? If he needs a crystal, and who would like to go and be a partner with my friend? His name is Doc. And I'll go over to the window, and I'm like, any of you here? And I'll go to touch one or two. No. And finally, this one spoke to me, and I went over to it, and it was like, yep, I'll go. And I was like, cool. So, but for the next week, then I saged it, I blessed it, it rode with me. I kept it in a special pocket. Um, for the week to put my energy in it. I knew I was carrying it. I, as I carried it, even at work, I was like, "Now you can't get mad, you can't get angry. You got this crystal in your pocket. I'm trying to pump it full of good energy. I know I'm putting my energy into it, but I was on this new path of of uh, my first this might have been one of my first acts as a shaman, actually, in that I felt it necessary for me to put just good energy in it. So no matter what happened for that week, as I carried this crystal, and there were times when I wouldn't carry it because I didn't want the energy to get in it, right? But I was praying and saging and drumming and right. And then when I got back to Tampa, the fact that I bumped into him at the time he was leaving the hospital, I mean, bumped into him, is just like there's so much synchronicity in some of the simple things that, that after all these years. So I'd never actually asked the crystal after all these years, is the crystal the reason for the story continuing? Just an observation. But for me, I kind of believe it, because of how it's all worked out over the years, right? So, without any intention of like trying to command the crystal or anything like that, because everything I wanted to put into the crystal was love and honor and peace. And, I was new at my shaman duties at that time. and was just starting to pick up that I had them and that they were related to Native Americans versus any other areas that I was studying at the time. And it narrowed it in, you know. So I was like, shaman, huh? Medicine man, versus Buddhist monk or something like that, right? So, and my path kind of narrowed at that point. And, you know, giving that crystal to Doc, not knowing that he was involved with powwows, okay, this came later, you know, I didn't know. He was just a guy at the hospital in Tampa and that he lived out around Zephyr Hills and he was there. Well, actually, they just had a like a winter, not solstice, but a winter festival where people get together and they play flutes and stuff. And anyway, but the events of things as simple as the crystal, there are things that we do that sometimes we never hear back. But that thing that we did, or the item that we gave, or the kindness that we showed might not make it back to our ears. But there may be, and I have learned this myself by folks saying, "Hey, man, you know, I remember that time me and you was in that play, and I've never had so much good time, and I'm so grateful." Like my dear friend Rich, who paid my, you know, my taxes that year and got me out of Hawk, um, because his mother, you know, so loved me for giving him the chance to be on. I mean, the whole thing was like, what? Yeah, and I'm paying. I already paid your taxes. What? It was almost $1,000. It was 900 and something. So paid it. It's done. Don't worry about it. You know, thank you. And my mother thanks you from the grave. What? So you never know the kindness, whatever you do, and especially if you're. My true intent was he's a nice guy. He needs to have confidence. I can see his talent. I can see. Come on, you can do this, right? And I encouraged him, and it changed his life. And he's a wonderful man, and did you know did this wonderful thing for me without any. You know, it's like no, I have to do this. But Rich, no, it's already done. You can't argue with me. I can't take it back. But no, my mother would. This was the conversation on the phone that I had. My mother would want me to do this. She would help him. But David, so I love you, my brother. You know. So just be a good person. Just be kind to other folks. It may be the simplest act that will promote the crystal story that after 20 years was still going. I mean, do we know? Do we get feedback from things? Not always. I never expect them, but there's stuff that keeps coming back around from things, just kindness. Like, what? You remember this, Dave? Yeah. You remember so? Yeah. Well, you know, I never forgot that. Well, okay. But it changed my life forever. Me personally, I just go, oh, okay. But my insides are going, what? It changed your life or what? You know, but, and I'm thinking to myself, but it was, for me, it was like just so simple. It was just me being me, I guess. So, but then when folks come back and go, yeah, but you showed, I really needed that. It was the kind of whatever it was at the time, people remember it. So, there are times I, when I was growing up, the saint that I wanted to be like as when I wanted to become a priest was Saint Francis, the real dude, not this fake Pope guy we got. And that, you know, Saint Francis as I've said before, they wanted to burn him at the stake as a witch because he was using herbs and natural medicines to cure people. And there were people back in his day that were like they were burning folks at the stake for that. And he would allow the animals to come into the churches and he would bless them. There were special days and stuff, and the Vatican was pissed, and they wanted to crucify the guy. And then they turned around and saw how much the people loved him, and then they started the Franciscan order when he begged them not to. St. Francis, that is. So here's this guy that just wanted to help people, administer to the poor and to the sick, and just and do the best he could. And there you go. So I saw that in a simple man that's what I ascribe to be. And in a way, not trying to emulate him, but I kind of ended up that way. Because I live a simple life. I live as a, I after not I'm not trying to like look back over my life and say, well, how did I do? It ain't a scorecard. But I'm looking back over my life at my age, at 69 and almost a half, that, wow, there have been these things in my life and they have come back to me. And the stories and the simple things and how, how many people it's touched and lives changed and what? I never expected it, but it was always done with good intentions. So those things that have come back to me in all, and there are a lot of other stories. Okay, these are just like at the top of the list at the moment. But these moments that I did not see in my future, okay, simply because it wasn't shown to me, didn't mean that it didn't exist. Okay, so does the great mystery exist? And my answer is yes. Why? Because of my tax incident, and by going to the great mystery, how do I get out of this? What do I do? And the answer was you got to have faith. And I was going nuts. And then I get a phone call and it's been paid. And I went outside and wept. I put myself on the ground. I thanked the creator, mother, I thanked everybody for that because that was not what I was expecting in any way, shape, or form. So, but the fact that it happened. So, are there answers to questions in the great mystery? And I would say absolutely, because these types of events that are like there's only one way it could have happened because the answer was in the mystery. Do I know how to fix this? Do I know? No, but I put it out there to the universe. And the universe answered and said, here you go. Because of this, mom told me from the other side to pay your taxes. It was done. And you, Lucky Smith. No, I'm Memorex, Lucky. How you doing? I'm kidding. Super cosmic magic. So intentions have consequences. Absolutely. But I'm not bragging on this. I really am not. And as and there are still things that unfold from past events that I'm like, what? I didn't, it was just a what? Oh yeah, okay. I I'm so blessed that I was not a mean son bitch. I mean, there are people that I remember that I have met, later on. They're still gruff and nasty and hard to get along with and unpleasant, with nasty attitudes. And oh, sorry about that. Have a nice day. Um, and then there are people that I meet for minutes and I feel like I've known them for a lifetime. And the connections there, and and it's like you could tell that they have basically been this way for a long time. Uh, you know, I want to say happy go lucky, but an open, happy attitude, and then there are those people that just everything is gloomy, everything's got a bad day. You can't. It's like, yeah. Now I went through a phase like that. I've talked about this, in that all I could see was everything was bad. Oh my God, the world's going to the world's going to blow up. Well, I saw the moon move 20 degrees in one night. That's a little kind of creepy, freaky. Ain't nothing I could do about it. But holy crap, when I saw it yesterday, I was like, I literally was about ready to poo on the spot. But so what we think of in our future, so there are things in our future that are in the great mystery. They already exist. So I'm referring back to the crystal story, but the fact that I really felt it important all the way home from the hospital, because I left Doc at the hospital and came straight to Georgia. And all the way back, all I could think of was, this is a special guy. He needs a crystal. And I think I got one at the house. I'll know when I get home. And the story has unfolded from there. But from the moment I walked out of that hospital, it was my intention to get Doc a crystal, and that I would give it to him the next time I saw him, which was a week later, when I drove straight to the hospital, opened the door, and bumped into him as he was headed out of the hospital. So the synchronicity of stuff is like, man, that was all written in the great mystery, is my point. I look back on it and go, that was supposed to happen somehow. That was already there. But I mean, at the time, I didn't know it. I just knew it was important because he needed the crystal. He's doing great deeds of work and music and healing and at least the ease of pain. My pops wasn't healed, but he was relaxed, and it was soothing and so forth. So was that important? Well, hell yeah. So I knew his job was important. So from my standpoint, it was important as a collector of rocks to give him one that would work for him. You know what I mean? So I did it long distance. And after all these years, so I know I'm talking on about it, but it's so much proof to me that just outside of our current awareness, there are futures in the great mystery that, in a way, we're kind of predestined to do. Now, I could have ignored it and not given him a crystal, and that would have been the end of that. Not good, not bad. But the fact that I felt compelled, almost to the point of insanity, to get this guy a crystal, when having looked back on this story, I go, man, Spirit was like kicking my ass. Them folks really wanted, and they wanted that one, and that's the one that worked. And what? So when you listen to your intuition, for those folks who are um, trying to understand their connection to their spirit guide or their guardian angel or both, and I personally believe I've got both, as most people do if you will stop and pay attention and just listen. That, when you listen to your intuition, which is a lot of times connected to your spirit guide and your higher self, listen to your intuition. Don't try to bully it or put your faith, or see, that's where whatever decisions you're making in life, and sometimes it's simple ones, that if you just give a little consideration and go, well, I think this is the one, or I think this would be it. And you're not trying to project your future onto somebody else. Because I'm always asking, hey, which one of you crystals, and I've done this a lot of times, and I'll give somebody 2 or 3 choices of crystals, and I'll know which one that I chose. And the other would be like, maybe. And then there's another one I just might pick up a rock and say, these are your choices. So 9 out of 10 times, the crystal I've chosen for somebody else, they will pick it up and go, and put it down and pick up the other one and go, no, and go back to the first one and go, I like this one. And I go, well, that's the one I chose for you. Well, then why'd you give me 3? Because I wanted you to be sure. If I just gave you one, then that you would have no choice. But if I give you 3 options and you pick the one I picked, but you chose them yourself, then I did my job, right? To present you with something that I felt would work for you, right? And it did. But um, over the years of learning these things and paying attention to them, if you have a mind that somehow the spiritual journey is sending you in whatever direction that might be, but then that's one of the things that is important about the shaman journey. I'm a shaman in training, but whether you consider yourself a shaman or not, because at the time that I did these things, I had not considered myself a shaman or a medicine man. I was simply on a spiritual journey to learn and do as much as I could, to learn to listen to my spirit guide, and not ignore them, to learn to listen to my guardian angel when they was trying to warn me off from places, you know. Um, so, but so anyway, with all this said, it is up to you. But no matter how you wish to move in your spiritual journey, if you want to progress, you will. It's up to the universe. It's a must that you learn to understand what that the great mystery exists, and these certain basic things that I've been talking about for almost the last 5 hours. So they're always available. They're always there. It's connected to the cosmic consciousness. We are all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Just simply accept it and believe it. There's no special dues you got to pay. So when you accept and receive from the great mystery, whatever it is that your spirit needs, when you learn to accept and receive the guidance from your spirit guides and your guardian angels, instead of fussing and fighting, they don't exist, and this one's this and that's that. Oh, stop it. Just keep it simple. You got buddies that are helping you in this universe. And that if you allow them to, and if you will listen, and there are some folks that swear they're listening, and it's like, I'm sorry, but I don't mean to criticize, but that's bullshit. Sorry, I got a call away. My spirit guys, angel guys are up there going, no, that is so wrong. No. Okay, calm down. But they're like, oh yeah, I talk to Gabriel every day, and he's my guardian. It's like, do you know that Gabriel's on the planet at the moment? So you're having phone calls, and no, Gabriel's not on the planet at the moment. Well, yeah, but he just had a birthday. What? Wait, huh? Wait, huh? So, but there are folks that have these conversations, and I love them still because they're trying, but I don't know who they're talking to, but they're claiming it's this person or that spirit or whatever. I talk about my spirit guides, and people, well, what are their names? I have made this statement a long time ago. It doesn't matter. How do I know? Because I feel it. I know they're there. So what's important is my consciousness and connection to them, which means your consciousness to your spirit guide and your guardian angel. Nobody else's or whatever. Now, there are times when I swear, like Barry and I, there are times when it seems like our spirit guides or whatever, they're having a chat together and we go, oh, really? But anyway, so, and that can happen and does exist, okay? And with practice, as I had with my grandmother, we got really good at it over the years of picking up the phone and she'd be dialing it. But, anyway, and I would have answered it or she would have answered as I was calling and the phone wouldn't ring. I mean, it got to be between Granny and I. She would never talk about it to anybody else, but she'd always go, "That is so strange. Don't you ever tell anybody about you and me and the phone call thing." I was like, "Okay, Grandma." But we had it, period. Long before ESP or anything was discussed and, anywhere. And so there are those of us who have had these experiences as children with other people who didn't know what they were doing, but, they had it. With my first wife's official marriage, um, her, it would have been her grandmother. I almost thought it was a great grandmother, but no, Samuel was her great grandchild. But anyway, her name was Sarah. She was in her late 80s and died in her 90s. Her and I had this connection, and nobody else understood it. But she could look at me in my eyes, and I would look at her, and she would know. She just knew. And I was like, holy crap. But she was one of those. She goes, well, it's me and Dave's little secret. She'd wink, and, I'm grandma, and I can have my little secrets. I have little secrets, all of you, with all of you, she'd say. But there was just something about things that she knew and understood that we had this connection. And so there are a lot of people over the years that I don't know about those folks, but for me, in developing my skills and spirit guide and angel stuff, then that there are other people that have them and have that connection too. We're not related necessarily by blood or anything like Grandma Raleigh and I. We weren't related by blood at all, but we had a very spiritual connection, So it can happen. It does exist. So do do each of us see it in our futures? No. Does it exist in our futures? The answer is yes. It's what we do with those things that we're going to have to adapt to in our futures. And it's not that it's on our week, but there are times when we get to. Here's the thing: when I got to the point, I never thought that I was going to meet Doc. Never thought there was going to be a flute player when Pops was dying in the hospital. Never thought about it. But having met him, and I knew that I had something to do with this guy, but I didn't know it till I met him. Okay. So there are future events. We have the choice. I could have ignored him and not introduced myself and not offered the crystal. And that would have been the end of that, right? So our opportunities in future events depends on our connection with our spirit guides, depends on our intuition. Should I help this person? Something is compelling me to go over there and talk to that person and just say, hi, um, I'm, do I know you? Do you know me? You know, I'm, for me, it's easy. I said, and I have, I said, you know, I've lost a lot of memory, but you look familiar. And people say, are you trying to get in? And if they just ignore me or whatever, and it's a bad vibe, I just thank you very much. I'm sorry I interrupted. But if somebody looks at you in the eye and there's some kind of something, then it wasn't a waste of time. And maybe for either of you. Um, and I made a connection one time with the person, and I saved them from the cold for a couple of nights, but she ended up stealing stuff out of the house, and that was just really sad, and she was disrespectful. But at the time, it was required because it was going to be in the mid 20s, and she was staying outside behind a Dollar General, and that just didn't sit right with me. And Spirit made me chase her down and offer a warm place to stay here. So, but it was not a long term. It was, here's your save, here's your this. Okay. Now she had a choice too. As a lot of people that I've tried to help over the years, they've all had a choice, but they've always made the wrong choice in that, no, let me steal something from him. Let me take what I can get. The world owes me this, and they steal it from you. And so, you know, I'm more careful with folks that, I let come in and take over my house kind of thing. But if that's what was necessary, then that's what was necessary. And I do feel that saving them from a cold night of mid 20s with a jacket on, I've been there, damn near froze to death, and it was my payback from the man who saved me on the side of the road from almost freezing to death and giving me warmth and buying me breakfast and making sure that I was on the road safe. So whether or not whatever happened with this lady that needed and she didn't ask me, I asked her, I said, I know you need a place to stay. I know you're cold. You're walking around the store because you're cold and you have no place to go. Right. She was like, damn, you got that one right on the head. And I was like, my angel spirit said so. Now you could take it or leave it, but I'm going home and build a fire. I can offer you a safe, warmer than outside, because I've been homeless and outside when it's cold like this. Up to you, you know. And she took it, but then she misused it. But those are people choices for in the future. Did I know I was going to help somebody that was freezing to death? No. Did I know I was going to go into town that time and on the way home save a person who had wrecked their truck and lost their leg and put out the fire? Did I know any of that was going to happen? No. There's a lot of things that have not been foretold to me, but as my life journey, I knew that there were going to be surprising things in my future. Holding a man's bloody leg versus helping somebody that's cold and freezing versus giving $10 to a person that they actually need gas to get home on. I mean, they're just, it's an incident that I remember. But these incidents, albeit minor to us at the time, may have turned out to, you know, save someone or make another thing. So um, arbitrarily we go, well, this doesn't matter, when maybe it does. When your gut feeling says to do a little something different, when your gut feeling says maybe over here, when your gut feeling just something, I don't know what to do, but I should do something. And maybe it's our inactivity. You never know what would alter the future events. But for me, it's always been my choice. Why am I going to town? Not a clue. On the way home, accident. Other things, why should I, something tells me this person's going to freeze to death tonight. You should go offer a place to, okay. I'd not planned on any of that. But when you get to this future event, we have the choice, though. At the time, although we haven't seen it, we have the choice at that time to look at the future from that point and go, uh, hmm, it may be a short time in the future. Giving somebody, I'm thinking of a time when I gave somebody $10 for gas, and I saw them a couple days later, and they were like, "Thank you so much. I didn't get my paycheck, but I swear to God, if I see you again, I'm going to give you your $10 back." And I was like, don't worry about it. The fact that you remembered and and I was like, that was one that came back that I really wasn't expecting. I'd never met these people before. And I happened to be at the same gas station 3 or 4 days later and bump into the same two people. I mean, that was like, coinky dink. But it's those second timers or the odd ones. And you go, they remembered it. And really honestly meant something. They just weren't taking you for $10. They really needed help. And I helped them and thought about it, looked at them, met them, and they wanted $5 and I gave them 10. I said, here's $5 for gas and $5 because you're broke. What? And at the time I had enough. And it was one of them lessons that I was learning in that, are you listening? Are you listening, Dave? And I was like, I was just learning who Hawkeye was. And I was like, is this a Hawkeye moment? And they were like, if you want it to be. So it's always our choice most of the time. It's 5:21 and I'm still here. Michelle, you came on. Lucky it's um never give name a spirit, guys. Using name is a power thing. No one needs to know their names. I agree with you, Lucky. Um, I'm sorry, I wasn't reading, but there are people who claim they're talking to this one and that one. You know what I mean, Lucky, and all y'all. And oh, okay, if that's what you believe. But here's the thing. Quite frankly, it's none of my business who they are. And there was one particular entity that I met up in Ohio at the site of the petroglyphs, and when I had that ET entity contact me and tried to explain his name. And because back then I was like, so who are you? How do I identify you? I mean, I'm not trying to pry into your personal business, but, and you don't have to tell me your real name. You can give me your code name. How do you know, how do I know who you are? Are you Bob? Bob, we love you. Are you Pete, Sam, Joe? And it was sort of a male female energy, and so it wasn't really a male or female name. And then I realized that as I was trying to formulate somewhere, I tried to write down what it sounded like in my head, and that's when I realized I got no business asking. So I don't think I wrote it down correctly, but it was like what I learned then, and I continue to learn, is that it's the essence of the spirit that you learn. It's the essence of Mary when I get a message that is like, this is an email from her, like she ain't got time to stop in and have a chat, but she'll send an email and it's almost like a perfume on a letter. Okay. Wow, this is from such and such, or this is from such and such, or this smells like, oh crap, this smells like a cigar. This is from Jonesy. I mean, but to the point though, there are identifying messages and you get the feel of their essence. So if this message is coming in and go, who's this from? And there's this, it's like at the end of a commercial in radio, they call it a tag. And it's like, come down to the Five and Dime store and blah, 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 on Fifth and Broad. And then the tag is, and they're open till 6 on Sundays. And, and something, the tag is the DJ comes in and says a couple of lines at the end of it to tag the end of the commercial. But anyway, so my um, interpretation of this is that here's the message with this tag. Okay. This message is just general. It's like general angel spirit, something out there, no particular tag. Okay. And then there are those messages that come like the person that I met, that entity in Ohio, has come to me a couple of times and just said, "Hi, it's me. Remember me? I'm from Ohio. Yep, just checking in with you." Oh, really? Seriously? Yeah, it's okay. Wow, there was interesting. But anyway, so, but I agreed with you, Lucky, on the names. Uh, oh, Travis is in the house. See, I knew I was staying up for a reason. That's so I could say hi to everybody personally. And I, honest to God, I love you all. I do. And every day when I say my lines at the end of the program, kind of thing, um, it's that I really do when I go outside with the dog. And there'll be times like I'm cutting firewood today, and I was like, I hope I got enough strength to do a show later on tonight because man, I just haven't had the energy. And I cut 3 trees up, piled it up. It's over there covered, and it's still raining down here, by the way. Um, but it's the idea that announcing it to the universe kind of thing. So it's like, well, if you really want to have a chat with everybody and you really will, well, I might not do a card reading like I have wanted to. I just haven't had that kind of energy. But to sit down and have a conversation about these recent things that I have understood about, and there are people who have gotten really pissed at me because of my view about not leaving the property to my family. When I didn't say I wasn't going to leave them anything, I just said I wasn't going to leave them the property. I'll leave them the money but I'm going to make sure the property goes to the right hands. Leaving it to family who don't care, then they're just going to get money out of it anyway. So, but it's not that I don't want to leave some kind of legacy. It's just, shouldn't I leave a legacy that they would choose to use on their own journey? I think that's more reasonable versus something that there is unruly and long distance and they can't deal with. So for my own spiritual safety and so, but in that, I have understood that I was trying to force my future 40 years ago. Well, I'm buying this property. I'm a homesteaded. My family will always have a place to come, and it'll always be, and they'll come, and we'll have picnics, and well, that ain't happened. But it was my dream. I'm trying to put onto others. Make sure it's up to you, but make sure that if you've got dreams that don't seem to be working out, if the other persons or whatever aren't on your wavelength, please don't force it. If other person like my neighbor or other people, they like the place, they want to have it, they see the value in it and potential versus someone who's never been here, then the choice comes back to me in that I'm trying to force a future I saw on someone else. Be careful that you're not doing it. And it comes in lots of different colors and sizes. So, there might be those folks that say, well, Hawkeye, well, you trying to blame me for something? If you get bowed up about this, then you might have some dirt you need to check in for yourself. Because the whole point of spiritual enlightenment, enlightenment, the lighten part is what's important. You lighten your burden. You are totally honest with yourself. I mean, 40 years ago, I bought this place to make this statement, my family, my this, my that, blah, blah. But, you know, my place here is like an island in the ocean. It's there, it's paid for. You can go to it at any time, but who wants to go there? So in these odd terms. There are some people that like deserted islands in the middle of the ocean, and that's my metaphor. What's the metaphor? To raise cows in. So there are people, the politicians, I was a little surprised, but there was a Ted Cruz thing, and they were asking him, how come all you were up there on the podium aren't wearing masks? And he goes, well, everybody up here had their shots, and everybody up here, and how come y'all question us, but how come y'all don't question the president? How come you don't question this? How come you don't, ask the Democrats who come to the podiums and don't wear a mask? How come you're always picking on us? What's good for us, then why aren't you asking them? You know, it's talking about the equal treatment and about then he said, but look at all the evidence, and everybody up here has been vaccinated. Every one of us, if you want to wear a mask, fine, but we all comfortable because we've had our shots. What's wrong with you? And I was like, you go, dude. And he got a little emphatic by pounding his fist on the podium, which didn't get him any special points, and it probably just pointed to the Democrats going, "See, he's unruly. He pounded his fist on the podium." Yeah, so he didn't earn any points there as a person who used to judge public speaking and stuff. He lost points there. But as far as his emphasis and his correct information, he was right on the money on that one. So a lot of people are just saying, y'all stop this shit, you know? So are there changes in our future? You betcha. Do we know what they are? No. But here's the thing, if your intentions are good and you keep your wits about you and you allow yourself to listen to the great mystery, and the mystery is, why do you want me to go over here? Well, because, oh my God, there's a burning truck and a person who's, why do you want me to go? Because there's some, the time I found that ring that was worth ten or $12,000 or something and belonged to a friend of mine. So many things has happened to me. I know in the universe this stuff is there. And by just allowing yourself to say, well, the mystery is, do I really know why I'm doing this? No, but I feel not necessarily driven to do it, although there will be those things that do. You'll feel compelled to do a certain thing and you're not quite sure why, but kind of feels good and whatever happens and everybody's smiling and that kind of thing. And then you learn 20 years later that this story's been going around, like me and the crystal and Doc with the flute player. Oh my God, just do the best you can. And when the great mystery is nothing more than spirit guiding these things, the answer will come to you if you allow it. Well, Jesus told me to, yeah, okay, you're not listening. Okay. Now, there might be those people who get messages and it's like, God spoke to me. Well, okay. Now, that might honestly be their interpretation, but I've listened to some of these people that God told me that such and such, and I just go, okay. I I want to keep my distance from you. That actually scared me. Then there's been folks who said, I feel like the Lord spoke to me in a dream, and He told me such and such and such. And you look at the person with empathy, and you look at them and go, huh? And there's something about it that sets right with you, and you go, whether it's God or the Lord or Jesus or the Spirit or something. But there are some of these folks that really honestly feel like they're speaking from their heart. But there are some folks that are talking to God and all this stuff, and you listen and go, man, I'm sorry, but that just sounds Looney Tunes. I mean, really out there stuff. He told me that the world was gonna and the thingy and blah. And I'm like, okay, we're all gonna die tomorrow. And it's 2 years later. We ain't dead yet. All right. Oh my God, I've been on here 5 hours and 19 minutes. 5 hours and 20 minutes coming up. Okay, my friends. The update for the galactic stuff and things is that somewhere in February, that whatever is going to happen is going to kind of sort of happen. We're all going to wake up smiling better or whatever. Okay. Well, I'm still hopeful, but we'll see. Um, can I let you in on a little something? My guys upstairs are going, nah, you're going to be disappointed again. But nah, okay. Started off well. Then technology stepped in and reared its ugly head. Hey, Travis, I think I said hi. That sounds a little complicated tech, and I have our issues, so I understand. I use tech when I need to use the tech. I don't let tech use me. I got my new cell phone over here. There's a certain app on it that old people, you click on this and they want you to buy this like a 911 service, which in the future I might, choose to get. But at the moment, no. Right now, they sent 62 text messages to get me to sign on to this thing in like a couple of hours. And it's always going up. And I'm like, would you shut the fuck up? Leave it alone. So, what's supposed to be convenient and good for others, I don't want it. I just want the phone, right? I don't want this super duper 24/7, not at the moment. I don't see the need in it, but to send me all these text messages so many times every few hours is just damned annoying. So their intention might be good, but the end result to me personally is annoying. Other people are like, oh, thank God you reminded me. Let me click this button and submit. And I'm going, nah, not yet. I had was at a point at one time, several years ago, where I needed a I've fallen and I can't get up scenario. I don't feel that way at the moment. Earlier today, when I was cutting firewood and had a moment when I went flush, and I was like, I got to go to the house, like now. you know, I'll just cut another. No, you ain't. You're going to the house now. And I had to come in and sit down. But, I have to remember, I ain't a spring chicken. I am 69 and almost a half years old. And I do intend to keep going. But there are times when I realize my left arm is so sore. It's from that chainsaw at certain positions, which is okay. It's good to be sore. It's horrible to hurt, you know. And oh, by the way, from the symptoms my daughter gave me from having tested positive for the whatever COVID thing, I may have actually had it myself because I was like really close to the same symptoms. And this was just this last week. And any one of the folks that visited me from Christmas could have had. Good night, David. Thanks for hanging in. Yeah, a lot of glitches lately. I would agree with that. Bob's been very kind here with the live streams, but I've noticed there's been glitches. And I've noticed that in just not any particular video or anything, or like looking at the weather, my screen will just blip and it'll be like blink and then what? Nothing really happened, but there was this blink. Wait, that ain't normal. So, but anyway, have a great day, everybody, for a Sunday. And you know, we need to keep having dreams because I'm dreaming of fixing my truck and going to the river. I'm dreaming of finishing my porch. I'm dreaming of living at least until 84. You know, I'm going to continue to dream, but please don't be offended if somehow that dream doesn't work out the way you think it ought to. Sometimes it's just not meant for us when we want it. And don't get upset about it, because that's part of the great mystery, is understanding that I may need to do this, but it might not be now. So don't give up on the dreams. But also, as I talked about my carny stuff, my popcorn popper and my, heavy duty, cotton candy machine, it was a good idea, but it was at the very wrong time. And you have to be honest with yourself to be able to say, this ain't going to work. And just cut your losses and, you know, but don't get discouraged. There may be something else down the line. But to the point, sometimes it just ain't meant to be. And no matter how hard you kick the dirt, no matter how hard you want to make it work, it isn't meant to be. So, but the understanding the mystery is this going to work or not? And if you listen, there, I was listening back then, and brother and I were trying to make this, and as we were wrapping things up and getting ready to go on the road, it was like, Dave, this ain't going to work. And it ain't your fault, but this ain't going to work. And no matter how hard we tried, and I went into debt when I didn't have any money, and it did not work, you know. But I insisted on not listening and trying one more time, and it just failed even worse, which was like, see, we told you. So, when you see the writing on the wall, it may not be that, well, I lost. It may be that the universe is just like, this ain't supposed to happen right now. And it may not just be you, there may be other people who are in a similar boat. So, hey, Witch Moon, how are you? You got on and I'm fixing to get off. It's early in the morning and I've been doing this for 5.5 hours. And I love you. I'm sorry, I get here. I try to stay up and say hi to everybody I do because I love y'all. But it also wipes me out and kind of messes with my daily chore and timing and stuff. But it's supposed to rain tomorrow and be cold, and yeah, and I did my hard work today. But and I do like to come and hang out with y'all, and let you know that each and every day, me and Duggar, when we go outside, he don't know it, but he's praying for y'all too. That when we put our feet on the ground, we continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the many blessings from the universe and the wisdom. And in that law of two, which is funny sometimes for me, is that, I do continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, which is sometimes called the great mystery. So, the universe, it's the great mystery. So, when you ask or listen to the great mystery, you're just simply listening to the giant quantum computer. Okay. So, if it's confusing, what is that great mystery? There's an answer in the computer. You just have to ask the right question, right? So, Bob, we love you. But in that law of three, which I do feel is important to you and me, that I continue to pray that all of you, your friends, your relatives, and all of your acquaintances will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe, and that you will continue to reject the chaos that comes into your life. And as a tag to this, that you will find the simple ways that make you happy and joyful in life, and that those are the simple things that later on in life may bring you the most joy. The simple memories that I've talked about tonight, they bring joy to my heart in that, there are times when, did you make a difference in this world, Dave? And then there are little things that come back in and go, you know, I have tried. I wanted to make a difference. And these tiny little things come back and go, cheers. Keep at it, all of y'all. Every day's a new experience. Every day's a new adventure. And every day we may be called upon to adapt our future events. For whatever reason, today it was weather coming in and the rain. I had to cut firewood instead of working on my truck. Those types of things we just learn to get around. So keep up the good work. I love you too. Yeah. Uh yeah, watch the replay. Yeah, yeah. Have your coffee. I'm gonna go get a little coffee because I got some and I don't have anything else. But I do wish you all the best. Okay. With all the confusion and stuff that's going on, just ask simple questions to the universe, which in the native is the great mystery. Don't let it confuse you. It's not that hard, but keep other thoughts out of it. Just ask universe, what about this? Don't ask what Jesus thinks about this. Don't ask what Buddha thinks about it or Allah or anybody else. Just ask the universe, what about this? Keep it simple and they'll give you more than you desired. So keep up the good works, my friends. And I promise, I'm going to do a card show soon. Uh, I honestly thought I would have done a card before now. My apologies. But other things have gotten in the way, and I've just had to roll with the punches. So, but it is my intent to do card readings soon. So keep the faith, y'all. Believe, 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 believe. Don't give up. Hey, Lucky, learn to listen to yourself and the universe. Well, you listen to yourself, but sometimes yourself will get in the way. You got to keep yourself out of it. But the answer is within you through the universe. But what I was trying to explain earlier is that you can't take, when you go into the great mystery, you can't take religion with you. You can't take philosophy. You can't take anything with you because then it has to go through that filter, which is you, you know. So to ask the questions to the quantum computer, it doesn't care about any of the above, you know. Ask the simple questions and it comes through you. But anyway, so I agree with you, Lucky, but I've learned that little twist that I just discussed in that if I think to the great mystery as a Catholic, then I get Catholic answers. If I keep my Catholic background out of it, then I get just straight answers from the universe. That's my point. So y'all keep up the good work. There's Hey Divine, how are you? Uh, that's I know what you're talking about, Lucky, but I've learned that slight little twist for me and I've gotten cleaner answers. Yeah, good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be. It's morning time here. If it weren't so cloudy and everything, well, actually, it's another hour before sunrise. But anyway, please, y'all be safe, okay? And being in the quiet of self and listening to the universe, those answers come through you and it is you. But you got to keep you out of it. You got to keep any emotions or whatever out of it. Good luck. It's oh, you agree? Yeah. But I mean, I honestly get what you said, but there are people who are like, stop there. And it's like, you got to really take yourself out of it. Oh my God, Robert, how are you? Good morning. I'm fixing to go to bed. It's been a really long day up to this point now, but It's been raining, and I got all my wood cutting done yesterday, so I'm good there. Yeah, cheers right back to you, ST. So, Robert, thank you. Looking forward to Tuesday if work doesn't get in the way. So, let me know. Merry wins, cosmic hugs, all y'all. And if you're still out there, I love you, darling. I hope everything's going well with you. Uh, Divine, it's good to see you in here. And Lucky, it's always good to see you. Thank you for your participation. And here's the thing. I bring stuff up with the when folks like you go, uh, thank you, Robert. Be safe, okay? And stay warm. But Lucky, when there is such a comfort in the universe when we can come to whether we understand 100% about the what we were just talking about, it doesn't matter. We understand the premise of what we're talking about, and that's so helpful. In that, I'm so glad because I've had other people feel this way, and then there are folks like you that come along that continue the thought. And I'm like, you know, thank goodness, you know, there's still other folk out there. I've met these folks and this and and there is this collective that keeps working. And that, wow, there are nuances that a lot of people don't pick up on. But as time goes on, our future events for me have proved that people are starting to pick up on those nuances. And I think that's great. I think the future is bright for us. If these crazy aliens that are flying out there above us don't just blow this planet to smithereens, then we're good. So be safe. I love you. Cheers, everybody. Stay safe. Be kind to your neighbor because you never know what kind words or what simple acts do for the future. So please be safe and keep it in mind, okay? And it's not that it requires a lot of effort, but it does require a little bit of conscious effort. And the consciousness refers to your spirit guide, it refers to your guardian angel, in that when a situation arises, they might tap you on the shoulder and go, hey, we'd like for you to step in over here. And you don't really understand because that's the great mystery. But you have faith in your own intuitions and faith in the universe, faith in the quantum, faith in the great mystery, faith, the source, and it works out that way. You might not see it at the time, but it works out in the universe. So keep up the good work. It's always a lesson every day. And I think that's one of the things that like helps me stay alive is like, I've stayed up all night and, chatting with y'all, and it's been absolutely lovely. I mean it. But let's see what tomorrow brings. Okay. So stay young, everybody. Oh, there's one of them. Damn. Uh, that's the third one tonight. Let's see if I get to it before Michelle does. Bob, you're supposed to be keeping an eye on us. There she goes. You got it. I was on it too. So between the two of us, we knocked him out of the ballpark. All right, everybody, be safe. Have a great Sunday. Okay. Um, I've already today I was looking for a college football game and it wasn't there. So as much as I try not to be like a fanatic about anything, it's only been 1 week and I'm missing college ball already. So, you know, it's just a thing. I'll get over it. I'm not a basketball person and I'm not much for soccer is okay, but anyway. So I know, Lucky. I said that a week or so ago. I said, as much as they're a pain in the neck or the butt or other parts, I was like, man, they must have really stooped so low to come here on this channel and throw bots, or either that or I've gotten important. I don't know which, but it still is funny. So thank you, Lucky, and everybody else. Stay safe, okay? And there are folks out there that still want to drive you nuts. And by smiling at them and giggling every once in a while, you're going to drive them nuts. So be safe. Esty, you too. Travis, until next time. Lucky, Michelle, and all y'all. Robert in the background, we love you. And Witch Moon, thank you. I'm glad could catch y'all. So, how you do, Travis? And that's the nice thing. All y'all in here are trying for each other, and and the fact that you're trying in whatever way that you can or see fit, or wherever you are in your world, that's just so good because you're trying. So keep it up. Thank you, everybody. Till next time. Okay, we'll see you. I'll see you in the funny papers, as they say. Cheers, and until next time, TTFN. And thank you, Bob. We love you. And we just for the hell of it.